Switchgrass.
Morning.
How are you? Hello. Hello, Zoe. Nice to meet you guys. Yeah. Good luck. Good luck. All right.
Got like 2 minutes. Hello. You.
Okay, yep. So you clear that one. Do you have any audio of this presentation?
No, sir. No.
Ready to go?
Yeah, good morning, guys. So you'll have obviously 10 minutes for your presentation. At 2 minutes, I'll put up a 2 to let you know you're close. Good luck. Y'all go ahead and get started.
So good morning, everybody. We are extremely grateful and proud to present to you today the Blue Stem Estate. At Switchgrass Custom Homes, we pride ourselves on our 3 pillars of professionalism, of adaptable, capable, and experienced. So together, we have run thorough analysis on this building collectively, but individually, I am Austin Sickmiller, project executive.
I'm Nick Toffin, lead architect.
I'm Carter Derendal, superintendent.
I'm Loretta Wasick, project manager.
I'm Matthew Gendro, the lead estimator.
I'm Zoe Bonenstingle, sales and marketing.
And together, today, we will be running over analysis of many different angles on this project, beginning with the project overview. So here we have the Blue Stem Estate, carefully positioned on lot 34, boasting almost 4,000 square foot of usable space. With 3 beds and 3 baths, this provides versatility and customizability for the client, which is super important to us. So over a span of 227 days of construction, we will be asking $1.78 million in exchange for our management services, our architectural design, our rough and finish carpentry, and our drywall. Carefully nestled in Miners Cove, the Blue Stem Estate is positioned just outside of Alexander City, conveniently located within range of many of Alabama's major cities. This is a booming market, especially with professionals trying to escape the chaos of the city. Economically, we see that 2025 analytics give us an average sale price of $1.72 million. We come in just 3% over that number. With a 22% increase in listings, we are going to elevate our marketing efforts as well as get into the market early to also minimize the days on the market. It is not uncommon for families to have a gross family income of over $150,000, as many business, tech, and finance professions are the main home buyers in this region. Now on to Nick with the design.
Thank you, Austin. Within our formal entry of our home, we have our foyer and our living space. Within these spaces, it is a flexible space for our foyer. And then we have a 2-sided fireplace with our kitchen with all indoor appliances that come with warranties. Furthermore, on this, they have a big open wall for windows to open the view up to the lake. And then back here into our living room and our foyer space, separated between our indoor-outdoor patio is our private suite, which is accompanied with a small seating area, a walk-in closet, and a walk-in bathroom. And then between those is that indoor-outdoor space. It is a patio which opens up to the lake and promotes our open views. And then throughout our outside of our building, all of our materials are accompanied with maintenance-free finishes and materials. And then we have plenty of open patio space, as well as a elevated fireplace and outdoor grill, and a two-car garage for our guests and our owners. And these are just some interior and exterior renders of our building. And then moving on to our plan, we have a mother-in-law suite on that basement floor, and then our primary suite on that main floor, with our flexible foyer space, which could promote activities, guests spending the night, or like overall just activities for like a pool table or a foosball table, etc. And then from there, we have our two-car garage, and we made sure to add in a golf cart storage, so we have that locality there for a golf cart that's nearby relatively to the site. And moving on to sustainability, sorry. And then we have xeriscaping, proper solar gain, and passive cooling. With our xeriscaping, we just wanted to move into promoting native wildlife within our site and to promote that locality there as well as proper solar gain through those front windows to optimize on our natural light and passive solar gain, as well as our passive cooling with our spray foam, low E-coated double pane windows, and high SEER heat pump allows for maximum HVAC efficiency. Now on to Carter with our logistics and construction.
Thank you, Nick. At Switchgrass, we utilize weekly coordination meetings to track our material approvals, shop drawings, and delivery schedules. We also use logistics coordination plan to address site congestion, trade workflow, and sequencing and job hazard analysis. And then before construction, we create a tailored SWIP plan tailored to the local environment and code. We use active maintenance to make sure our site stays up to code during rainfall events and other things that could happen. And then we also utilize long-term stability with native vegetation to stabilize the site, along with our engineered seawalls and retaining walls. And then on to Loretta with project management.
Thanks, Carter. At Switchgrass, project management is personal and intentional. With that, personal, transparent communication is extremely important to ensure that change orders are being tracked and there are no surprises. With it being a custom home, it's important that every decision is specific to the design, site, and the lifestyle. We don't believe in templates or one-size-fits-all solutions. And then the job site, obviously safety is super, super crucial, and to ensure a high-quality build. And then our team will be sure to be hands-on throughout the entire project. And then for our schedule at the Bluestem Estate, that's grounded in pre-construction investigations to make sure that we're covering all of our bases. So we have a construction period of 227 days, starting in early April of 2026 and finishing up late March of 2027. With custom home builds, it's very common to have design alterations and change orders, so making sure that we're documenting that properly to ensure that we stick on schedule. Now on to our lead estimator, Matt.
Thank you. Diving into the nitty-gritty of our estimate, we have a total build cost of about $830,000. Some notable cost codes include our site, our grading, our lot cost at $343,000, and our total concrete and foundation walls, accounting for that 220 linear foot seawall on the shoreline of the property. Looking at our indirect and total direct costs, we come to a final grand total of about $1.2 million, all in, including lot and indirect costs. Moving on to our risk assessment, we add a 5% contingency to our total cost, including a total margin of 22%. This is included with our projected marketing and realtor costs, giving us a total target sales price of about $1.7 million. We are shooting for a listing price of $1.78 million to provide some buffer and help our contingency costs in the long run. Including our carrying costs, we have a final net profit just shy of 15%. Our loan comes from three separate values. We have our company financing at $200,000, that comes in on the later half of the project. And up front, we use an 80-to-20 loan-to-value ratio to give ourselves about a $1.1 million construction loan. Additionally, we utilize an investor for the remaining 5% to cover some of those unseen costs and help us increase our potential for some market gain. Looking at our financial analysis, sitting at about just shy of 15%, our biggest hindrances will be material changes and overall changes of sale date. We are shooting for that early spring prime target sale date, and Utilizing our early procurement for materials, we plan to keep these swings low and keep our profit anywhere between 15 and 20%. We decided to use our final contingency that we don't use, bank it as profit, and use these funds to help supplement the difference between the $1.2 million construction cost and our $1.3 million total loan value. Now on to Zoe with marketing.
At Switchgrass Custom Homes, our marketing approach is to target high-income, lifestyle-driven buyers who are looking for luxury lakefront homes. The biggest advantage that we have in this region is our Atlanta-based realtor who already has relationships established in this area. A majority of our target buyers are from the Atlanta region, and with already having relationships established down there, it's going to make selling this house a lot easier because we won't have to wait on organic traffic. As you can see, our three types of buyers we have up here are anywhere from retirees to families looking to have a lakefront home. And now moving on to sales. We decided to strategically price this home at $1.7 million for smart pricing and strong positioning in this market. We decided to price it at $1.7 million because it undercuts comparable homes and it allows us to have strong positioning because it's at nearly 4,000 square feet with an average price of $306 per square foot, which puts us in a good position. And we picked the target of spring 2027 because it aligns with peak buying season, and with our realtor already having serious buyers, this allows us for a faster and more competitive sale. I want to thank you guys for listening, and thank you for your time.
All right, good job. Thank you. Can y'all hear me? All right, good. Great job on the presentation and beautiful rendering, beautiful plan. Appreciate the time that y'all put into this. My section is on the market analysis. One of the things that y'all said that you had in your presentation that was that 1/3 of the purchases in the neighborhood on the lake are cash purchases. Tell me how y'all came up with that data.
Yeah, so we actually used a lot of online research. We found certain sites, like there's several different realtors in the area that determined that I think it's almost half of the homes purchased in that area are second homes, and most of them are cash.
Yeah, we get a lot of rich like Auburn alumni that come from this market, so that's how we determined of the cash buyers, because they do a lot of investments into the local community and they like to be around that area. So that's how we pulled the data from online research and just talking to the people down there.
Gotcha. Yeah, we built 4 in that neighborhood, and that's about the right ratio. So, I'm going to ask a question. Chris Adler, he did the sales and marketing section. His flight got canceled last night, so he won't be here till tonight. But he did take the time to review your presentation as well. And I'm going to ask one of his questions, and it goes into the Atlanta-based realtor. Can you give me a little more specifics of why y'all chose? I think y'all are one of the only ones that chose to go with an Atlanta-based realtor. So tell us the reasoning behind that.
It's one of the biggest regions in the area that come to this area in Miners Cove, and our realtor already has established her presence there. She's sold about 10 lakefront homes down there that range from anywhere between $1 million to about $5 million. So she has a good base down there already, and she's in talks with about 20 to 30 other clients that are looking for a home in this region.
Awesome. Okay, I'll pass it on to Mark.
Great job, guys. I really like that. Google Earth zoom in was pretty neat, so whoever did that, good job on that. Mine was on the financial aspect of things. Your profit margin was listed as 14.98, which is a little light for the waterfront build. But you mentioned in your presentation wanting to go 15 to 20. In what ways can you get closer to 20?
Well, looking at our draw schedule, we foresee the entire value of the loan being used, so we won't have really any lasting loan costs or unused loan. To close that gap, we plan on utilizing, obviously, our active documentation of change orders. We keep ourselves super strict, and we work with our clients early to basically minimize the amount of change orders that we're going to have. From a financial standpoint, with our margin of 22%, we feel comfortable that we have enough in the bank and enough extra capital that if we don't use that 5% contingency, due to those factors, we can bank it as profit.
Perfect, thank you.
Really good job, guys. My part was on the construction management plan, and I want to give y'all another good job on doing the geo-analysis at this stage in the game that shows forward thinking and planning. As we all know, soil conditions can drastically change a project, so good job. And I do have a question in regards to the SWPP. Are you relying totally on silt fence for your protection to keep runoff out of the lake, or do you plan to use other measures?
Well, in addition to our silt fence and our active mitigation of our silt fence, as Carter mentioned, he can speak to that as well. We have a sheet pile seawall that we engineered to keep all that soil back, as well as our cantilever retaining walls. I mean, I estimated a soil friction angle of about 24% with cohesion values in the mid-teens, and that designated a active retaining wall and the need for that seawall to keep all of our soils back.
With our SWIP plan, we really dived into like the local codes and that stuff to make sure we're up to date, and then really relying on active documentation, making sure we have all that documented so we don't get in trouble with environmental agencies and all that stuff.
Okay, again, thank you and good job.
Hey guys, sorry, can you hear me? Yep. Okay. I did your guys' schedule and estimate, and the one question I have for you all is, for your building permits, you only have 11 days in there. Is there a reason why you chose that 11 days and you don't have additional timing for that?
Thank you for your question. I think that it's important to obviously know that as we're in this business, we will have pre-existing maybe relationships, or like once we obviously are going to know that we're starting the construction, we'll get those in motion. So I guess maybe that's more of just a rough estimate, but with obviously the schedule, we'll adjust it with the actual start of construction.
Thank y'all, good job.
Good job. Hey, thank you. All right, y'all did good. Good presentation, guys. Y'all did good. Tough being the first one.
to it like this, please.
Christine, you have the oral spreadsheet that Chris created to put in there too? Okay. Oh, really? Wow. All right, good morning, Kent State. You guys are ready. You've got 10 minutes. Good luck.
Thank you. Good morning, investors. We are Clear Creek Custom Homes representing Kent State University. Today, we are presenting to you the Overlook. This home is 3,200 square feet and offers 3 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, with a beautiful view overlooking Lake Martin. I'm the Superintendent Cole, and I would now like to introduce you to the rest of our team. Our senior designer, Sarah, our lead estimator, Alyssa, our financial manager, Dominic, our project manager, Christian, and I would now like to hand you over to our marketing director, Scott.
Thank you, Cole. Lake Martin is a great community in Tallapoosa County. It offers a relaxed, picturesque lakeside environment with great opportunities for boating, fishing, and swimming, making it the ideal place to live and explore. Our closest located municipality, Alexander City, offers a unique appeal through its geographic location, community involvement, and top-rated school systems. With the median age of Alexander City and the greater Lake Martin area being roughly 43 years old, this reflects a mature, stable community driven by a family-friendly environment and immense amenities. When selecting the ideal lot on Lake Martin, we carefully evaluated our options based on lake access, orientation, privacy, and overall livability. Lot 35 stood out for its east-facing orientation, unique topography, and serene, secluded environment, making it the ideal lot for a home that fully captures the Lake Martin lifestyle. I'll now hand it over to Alyssa to talk more about the estimate.
Thank you, Scott. This estimate reflects the total cost of the build, lot, and labor for our project. The combined total for the build and the labor comes to about $828,000. Some significant build components include framing at $75,000, exterior construction at $123,000, and interior finishes at $125,000. Mechanical, electrical, and plumbing systems also make up a significant portion of our budget, with the 3 totaling at about $98,000. We also have a contingency allowance of $31,000 to help account for any unforeseen conditions, market fluctuations, or any potential changes to the scope that might be made during the project. With that being said, the total cost of our project comes to about $1,275,000. This reflects a realistic assessment of our project's financial requirements. I will now pass it to Christian to go over the schedule.
Thanks, Alyssa. Our schedule was carefully curated to ensure efficiency and safety on the Overlook project. We begin by obtaining Miners Cove, Lot 35, on February 17th, fulfilling all HOA document requirements, and acquiring our permit. One of the main systems we have integrated is just-in-time delivery. This allows us to keep a safe and organized work environment as some contractors enter and exit our project. As you may have seen in our schedule, we have a 20-day construction time for our retaining wall. This happens simultaneously with the framing and sheathing of the house. This allows multiple trades to work in unity to reach our goal end date on the project. Additionally, you will see we have all of the required city and state inspections. These will be done after the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. Additionally, we have utilized weekends and holidays for the curement of our cement. This allows us to avoid burning weekdays and save time on the project. Now over to Cole for site logistics.
Thank you, Christian. Our SWIP plan is designed to prevent pollutants from entering neighboring lots and Lake Martin while maintaining an organized and efficient job site. Due to the slope topography of Miners Cove Lot 35, we have implemented enhanced erosion control measures such as double silt fencing and a French drain to manage all runoff and thoroughly protect Lake Martin during construction. At Clear Creek Custom Homes, safety is a top priority, so all construction will be conducted in accordance to NAHB's Health in 365 initiative. We will perform daily safety audits to monitor compliance, identify safety hazards, and ensure corrective actions are taken. We also have a 3-offense enforcement policy to reinforce accountability and guarantee everyone is adhering to established safety standards. These measures help us maintain a safe and professional job site for all workers, inspectors, and visitors. Sustainability is at the core of what we do. Beyond the obvious efforts to minimize waste, we take additional steps to ensure that we are leading in sustainable practices. For example, all of our management team members are certified through the Sustainable Building Advisory Program, which guarantees they are experts in sustainable building practices. We also implement lean construction strategies to minimize waste, reduce storage, and improve overall site efficiency. Now to Sarah to go over the design aspect.
Thank you, Cole. The Overlook is organized around a clear and efficient floor plan strategy that responds directly to the site. The home features 3 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms spanning approximately 3,200 square feet with a 2-car garage seamlessly integrated into the overall massing. Sustainability is embedded into the planning of the home through reclaimed timber columns, sustainable certified materials, and passive design strategies such as thoughtful site orientation, natural daylighting, and large overhangs for solar control. Energy Star appliances and tree reuse strategies further enhance a site-conscious approach. The walkthrough begins at the exterior, where the form remains simple and grounded, responding directly to the site. As we enter the home, the entry is open directly into the main living spaces, creating an immediate sense of openness and light. Living, dining, and kitchen areas are organized as one continuous zone, staying visually connected while still feeling defined. Window placement and ceiling height guide natural daylight through the home while reinforcing natural views towards the back. The interior material palette is intentionally calm and cohesive, allowing light and space to take priority. Within this framework, owners can upgrade finishes without altering the core design. As the camera moves deeper into the home, interior spaces start to merge outwards. At the rear, the double-story patio extends the living space, creating a layered indoor-outdoor connection. The walkout lower level responds directly to the slope of the lot, allowing the home to sit naturally within the site. Throughout the walkthrough, circulation remains clear and intuitive, reinforcing the idea that the home is meant to be lived in. Thank you, and I'll pass it to Scott.
Thank you, Sarah. Our target market consists of couples and individuals seeking comfort, quality, and long-term value in a lakefront home. Since this target market consists mostly of older couples and middle-aged families aged 40 to 65 years old, in order to best reach them and emphasize what they value, we will be focusing on physical advertising methods such as local newspapers, country clubs, and community gathering spaces, as well as relying on our digital media methods. These efforts will highlight the lake's amenities and the home's ability to comfortably host both family and social gatherings indoors and outdoors. Our sales strategy consists of leveraging an in-house realtor to reduce costs, ensure branding consistency, and provide personalized consultations. At this time, I would urge you all to take out your phones and scan the QR code to get a deeper look on some more of our work. Other key sales tactics include targeted community advertising and virtual 3D walkthroughs. If for some reason we cannot sell our home within the projected timeline, we have a number of exit strategies. These exit strategies ensure flexibility, minimize risk, and protect the overall profitability of the project regardless of market conditions. Now over to Dom for the finances.
Thank you, Scott. Based on our total cost, we have been given approval for a 75% loan at an 8% interest rate. Clear Creek Custom Homes will provide the other 25% of the total cost. After comparing homes in the area with similar square footage and with our final cost totaling to about $1.38 million, we are targeting a sales price of $1.625 million at a profit margin of 17.78%. Some risks we may come across include weather delays, material price volatility, interest rate fluctuations, and site-specific risks like shoreline permits. We can mitigate these risks by actively monitoring the weather, securing builders' risk insurance, locking in material prices and interest rates early, and submitting a permit enough days in advance to avoid delay. I will now pass it back to Cole.
Based on what you have heard here today, you can see that this is the ideal time to invest in this beautiful home in a growing location. Everything you see here was carefully designed to meet the needs of our targeted markets. Thank you, and we would now like to open the floor to questions.
Great job, guys. So I have two questions. I'm taking one of the ones from Chris Adler who didn't make it. He had his flight canceled. He's coming tonight, so I have two. What would it cost you to convert the 458 square foot of unfinished space to living space? And what can you sell that additional square footage for?
I believe our price per square foot is roughly $260 per square foot. I do not have the exact total cost of what that would be to finish that unfinished space, but that unfinished space is included in an upgrade package in our home. If Sarah, you have anything to say?
So in the planning of the home, we intentionally left those spaces in the lower level as unfinished. Because we are targeting to 3 different target markets, we wanted to leave that space flexible if the owners wanted to upgrade it or if they just needed that space for extra storage in the home.
Okay, the other comment was a 4th bedroom would help your comps if you convert it. Yep. Okay, and the next one is on your risk. You talked about shoreline work. What kind of shoreline work would you be performing that you saw that as a heavy risk during heavy rain conditions?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, one of your risks was your risk of shoreline work due to when heavy rain conditions. What type of shoreline work would you be doing in this project?
Well, we will ensure that we have adequate runoff, and we also have a French drain near the end of our, or the bottom of our site to contain any excess water. Does that answer your question?
Well, I was looking like I didn't see anything about like a dock or something way down there to where you'd be worried that if a heavy rain might undertow that, or I'm not sure what.
Yes, sir. Well, we did not include a dock in our base model. That is also an upgrade package, and we included a dock, or we left the dock. We didn't put a dock in, and because we didn't want to assume that the buyer had a boat, and we allowed the home buyer to get a dock after buying the house if they would like one.
Okay, thank you.
Good job, guys. My part of the judging was on the construction management plan, and I'd like to just say good job on incorporating the lean management practices, and also a really good job on doing the lighting study for the different seasons. My question I had is on the site logistics and stormwater plan. I noticed your silt fence is set pretty well in on the property, and it also cuts real close to the corner of the home there. How are you not going to disturb any of the areas outside of the silt fence? And if so, how are you going to maintain the protection from runoff in those areas?
Our silt fencing is designed to be just remaining in our lot and not disrupting any green areas. It's the purpose of it. We have 2 layers as well, just because of the slope topography. But it should not disturb any green areas. It's just supposed to contain all the runoff from our site.
Okay, that's all I have. Good job.
Thank you.
Good morning. So I did your estimate and your scheduling, and my question is going to be how you've got the $6 for lumber studs. What about the rest of the framing material? Is this just in studs, or is this including any additional framing material?
So I got the 6 lumber studs by studying some of the other houses that were built in the area and looking up the money or the price of the lumber studs based off of the studs that were used in the market in the area. And then I'll pass it to I will also like to add on to that. A lot of our pricing comes with the trusted trade partners that we work with in the local Home Builders Association and our past experience in the area.
Thank you.
All right, guys, good job on your presentation. It's always, tough to go early, so good job overall. My section was on I handle all the marketing and the sustainability section. You guys were one of the only ones that selected the LP Smart siding as your siding. Can you go into what made you choose that and maybe some of the reasons why?
When designing the home, we wanted to emphasize a sustainable environment, especially being on a lake and the world where it is today. We wanted to implement sustainable materials where we could, so that is one of the sustainable certified materials that we added. It provides the same look as a lot of the other sidings do in the market, but at a more sustainable market.
Got you. All right, guys. Well, thank you all very much. Good job.
Yeah, thank you.
Sadie? Thank you. Nice to meet you. Sam, nice to meet you. Will, appreciate it. Wes, nice to meet you. Thank you guys. All right, no problem.
We got a few minutes, guys. Okay. Bend your knees.
This is team one.
So Wayne will go first this time with the question. No, we'll rotate those back. Yeah, he and I will take care of those.
Yeah.
You want us to wait a little longer to start?
Yeah, a couple more minutes, we'll be ready. We'll get y'all in early. Worst part's right now, I know. Of Denver Team 1, you'll have 10 minutes, and at 2-minute point, I'm just going to hold up a 2 in there to give you that time, okay? Good luck, guys.
You don't just buy a house, you choose a lifestyle. My name is Stephanie from Studio 7 Custom Homes, and as one of the premier builders in Central Alabama, we know just how true this is. At Studio 7, every decision is rooted in performance. We build spaces for our clients that are both beautiful and functional. And we specialize in lakefront projects because, quite simply, life looks better on the lake. Today, we'll run you through our project at Cypress Point on Lake Martin, showcasing how thoughtful architectural, financial, and construction planning lead to both buyer appeal and maximize ROI.
My name is Samantha, and I'll be going through our site. Our project is located on Miners Cove's Phase 3, Lake Martin, Alabama. The home sits on a 1-acre lot, is approximately 3,600 square foot, has 4 bedrooms, 3.5 bathrooms, and a walkout level, a covered dock, and a lift. Our team selected Lot 34 for its privacy, acquisition price, and accessibility, as it sits only 5 minutes away from the highway, 14 minutes away from Alexander City, and close to major hubs like Auburn, Birmingham, and Mobile, making it the best choice for our long-term value and demand.
I'm Sadie Guerra, and I'll begin with the market analysis. Miners Cove is positioned in a high-income, low-density lakefront market that continues to attract affluent buyers seeking second homes or retirement properties. Within a 1-mile radius of the site, 37% of homes are valued above $750K, and 30% of households earn an income of over $150K annually. The median age is 54 with smaller household sizes, which aligns well with our ranch-style design meant for people in all stages of their lives. Demand in this market is driven by lifestyle. Buyers are coming primarily from regional metros drawn in by the lake access, privacy, and the ability to own a luxury waterfront home within driving distance. Roughly 1/3 of homes in the area are used as seasonal or second residences, which reinforces Miners Cove as a proven second home destination. From a pricing standpoint, recent comparables support our strategy. Nearby sales of other 4-bedroom homes range from $1.89 to $2.45 million, translating to an average of $602 per square foot. We've intentionally priced our home at $1.975 million, or $549 per square foot, which puts the project below market average while still delivering a high-end product. This pricing approach, along with a contemporary lake-oriented design, strong amenity package, and waterfront lot, is intended to accelerate absorption of sale, reduce days on market, and create a compelling value proposition for buyers, while preserving strong upside for investors.
I'm Cole, and I'll be talking through the design of the home. So we focused on a contemporary ranch-style form that still feels appropriate for a lakeside setting. The long roof lines, natural materials, and strong horizontal proportions help this home feel calm and grounded. These elevations show how the home responds to the slope of the site. The walkout level allows the building to step naturally with the terrain, reducing perceived mass and excavation costs by minimizing cut and fill. It's always cheaper to work with the slope than to fight it. On the front, you can see how the layered roof lines, deep overhangs, and material transitions give the home depth and shadow. These details help break down the scale of the home and create a more refined exterior. For the layout, the experience starts at the front entry, where you're welcomed into a bright and open space. From there, you move into the main living area, where the kitchen, dining, and great room are all connected and oriented toward the lake. The master suite is located on its own private wing, and the level also has a secondary suite, which is great for guests or multi-generational living. Another wing houses the mudroom and powder room, creating a strong buffer between the 3-car garage and the rest of the home. The lower level is anchored by a media room, island bar, and full walkout to the lower patio, with 2 bedrooms along the exterior for daylight, a bathroom more centrally located, and storage, shelter, and MEP functions all set back under the slope. Panoramic living views and long sightlines help the interior feel more open and connected to the surrounding landscape. And the master suite is designed to feel like its own private retreat within the home, with direct access to the outdoors and a luxury bathroom with a walk-in closet. And finally, the home fully engages the outdoors through layered gathering spaces. The design includes outdoor amenities to dine and entertain, and an outdoor shower for use after a day on the water. There's also a path leading directly to our covered boat dock. So that covers the design intent and spatial experience of the home.
I'm Wes. I'll walk you through our pre-construction plan. The Studio 7 pre-construction phase is defined by organization, time efficiency, and informational upkeep. We process everything in-house from due diligence and title verification to ARC and permit approvals. Trade professionals are aligned in the project and begin in the planning process prior to any vertical development. This means that as soon as those submittals turn into approvals, the construction phase can begin. Our schedule is rapidly paced and functions best because of our integrated design approach and our experience in the area. Subcontractors are aligned prior to the 10-month construction schedule, and subcontractors are aligned prior to the 10-month construction schedule and are instructed to work in parallel with each other to ensure that all the critical tasks of our schedule are protected. Time buffers are added to any tasks that we have experienced delays with in the past so that we have a rolling time contingency from pre-construction to final walkthrough. Our longstanding relationship with the Greater Montgomery HBA ensures efficient labor pricing, and our estimate has a locally sourced material acquisition plan, meaning that we have competitive pricing without sacrificing the quality that Studio 7 is known for.
Our construction management plan focuses on proactive planning, strict safety, quality control, and strong environmental restrictions, all designed to keep the project on schedule and reduce risk. Our stormwater protection plan consists of compacted berms and silt fencing to create a layered protection at surface flow discharge points. These measures together keep the project on schedule, reduce rework, and protect returns. Our sustainability plan approach combines site preservation with a high-performance, energy-efficient home design while considering all local environmental agency restrictions throughout the build. The solar map illustrates how the home's orientation leverages seasonal sun angles to improve passive heating and cooling. All these choices together reduce operating costs, improve comfort and durability, and make the home more attractive to buyers, supporting long-term value and a strong ROI.
Our sales and marketing approach to sell this beautiful home centers on 3 key areas: investment, intentionality, and incentives. First, we invest in the Studio 7 brand and reinforce our quality and craftsmanship across all of our media channels early and often to ensure that we stay top of mind with all of our prospective buyers. Second, we intentionally target out-of-town buyers, reaching them where they are through geo-fenced digital campaigns and brokerages with key partners in our markets like Auburn and Atlanta. Doing so, supporting with our suite of immersive digital tools to meet them where they are. And lastly, providing incentives like HOA credits and top-tier commissions for our agent partners to ensure that we stay competitive throughout the sales process. With more and more buyers using online means to research their home buying process, our goal is simple: list early and try to sell the home as soon into the construction process as we can to reduce our carry costs. When it relates to financing, we use that not only as a requirement, but as a strategic lever. Our capital stack was designed to minimize leverage and maximize returns. We secured a competitive senior lender in Auburn Bank for our construction loan, but only plan to draw from that after we've deployed other capital sources like our developer equity and our mezzanine capital. This allows us to reduce our leverage and carry costs, have real skin in the game for our team, and provide a competitive and reliable fixed return to our mezzanine investor. Our total project cost came under just $1.58 million or $439 a square foot, a quick update from our submission. Rooted in our long-standing experience building projects just like this and our strong vendor relationships. Under 2 different scenarios, we have achieved profitability. At a $1.975 million sales price, at a 10-month interest carry, we have a net profit of $324,000 with a 20% return on cost and a 16% profit margin. And even at a more conservative 14-month interest carry, also a quick update from our submission, we still achieve $285,000 of net profit along with a 16% return on cost and a 14.5% profit margin. Our deep in-house expertise from brokerage to marketing to architecture really allow us to keep those controlled costs. It's kind of our secret sauce. But because you can never be too prepared, we've also evaluated a couple of additional risk mitigation strategies, which Sadie will walk you through next.
The primary risk is high interest rates. To conclude, Cypress Point is designed to deliver the lifestyle buyers seek and the expectations that investors want from us. Thank you all for your time today.
Okay, guys, really good job on the proposal and very nice looking renderings throughout the proposal and elevations. They were really nice. I have a question. I did the construction management section of the proposal. What type of construction documentation do you plan to maintain and how will that be managed?
I can speak a little bit to that from the architectural perspective. We'll have a typical full 100% CD set when it's time to build this house. I don't know if that's what you're asking about or what other types of documentation you might be curious about.
Was leaning more toward like inspections and those kind of things.
So we're going to keep an active construction log throughout the construction process. We have to be in compliance with the Alabama Department of Public Health throughout it in order to make sure those inspections don't mess with any of the environmental standards that are imposed by the HOA and local municipalities. We're planning, inspections happen, I believe, every 2 weeks. And so we have to hire a third-party inspector and go through the Alabama Department of Public Health and Tallapoosa County Department of Public Health in order to make that possible. So does that answer your question on inspection schedules, or?
Yeah, it did, and good job.
Thank you.
Good morning. So I graded your all's schedule and estimate. And I do have one question for your schedule. You have 3 days in there for your MEP roughs as well as your framing inspection. Is there any way to reduce these 6 days that you have in just inspections?
Yeah, we proactively added a couple of days into a couple of different tasks, specifically because we know the seasonality around those times would be really rainy, and especially in Alabama. We know that the actual labor time is much, much less, and that's why we've created a proactive time buffer that will be rolled forward. So we mapped it out. It actually takes about 9 months to do the construction process in total, but we figured that adding an extra month would give us both a realistic chance and also be optimistic while, you know, being on time and being able to return our investment adequately.
Thank you.
Good job, guys. This is a beautiful proposal. The plan's awesome. My part was in the market study. You had in there a shelter/storage room. Tell me why you elected to go with that area.
Yeah, so during our market demographic study, we found that there might be a lot of empty nesters or, you know, people of that generation who might want to move into this home. And we've heard that they require more storage space than someone who might be a little bit younger of a demographic. So for that reason, we wanted to include the storage space. Another reason is because we are on the lake and there are going to be, you know, water sports and boating activities. And while we will have a water basket out on the dock and outside for plenty of storage space for the lake sport uses, there will also be extra room in the storage areas for anything that can't be kept outside in those baskets.
Gotcha. Okay. I'm going to be asking Chris Adler's question, who couldn't be here because his flight got canceled late last night. So he did the sales and marketing section. One of the things that he pointed out was the back porch, the lower area. Is it protected at all from in the event that there's rain, with it having, you know, regular decking on that?
Yeah, so I'd be happy to speak on that one again from a design perspective. We did spec out some add-ons for both the upper deck and the lower deck. On the upper deck, you'll notice that there might be a slight lack of shading, so we did spec out a retractable shading device that could be added on if the buyer buys the home early enough. And then on the lower end, there's also a kind of outdoor curtain situation that we spec'd out, which could be another add-on.
Okay. All right. Thanks, guys. Good job on your presentation. Oh, I'm sorry, Mark. Sorry.
He leaves me out all the time. All right, so a question about on the financial risk section. So what shifts in the market would trigger you to go with your phase 4, which is called Opportunity Capture Plan? As one of your 4 different options.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question, please?
What shifts in the market would cause you to go with phase 4, which you call Opportunity Capture Plan?
Yes, so I can speak a little bit to that. So this would mean like if the market heavily declines during the construction or post-construction, we want to activate those plans for the risk, which would be like the sell as is or the seasonal rental. And then Steph can speak more on like the financial side, like what that would look like.
So just to elaborate a little bit on what Sadie was saying, you know, we know that at this point, things are still strong and heavy in this market. I think one of the nice things about this particular segment is it is a bit insulated from the rest of the market. You know, the luxury home sales and lakefront second home category tends to perform a little bit differently and not quite in parallel with the rest of the market. So we still feel confident that this market will continue to drive sales. However, one of the things that Sadie pointed out was an as-is sale. So essentially what that means is during the construction process, if we can catch it early enough, if we see that the market conditions drastically change in the next 12 to 18 months, what we would do is just not finish the basement, and we would sell the price at a little bit of a lower entry point that's a little bit more in line with maybe where the market is, and then give buyers the opportunity to finish that later if the costs permit, and we can stay on the process and the project later on to fit those needs. We also have the ability to transition it into a seasonal rental if we had to. We're purposefully listing this home during peak months on Lake Martin to drive the best chance of a sale, but also we've seen that those short-term rental rates go from anywhere from $13,000 to $20,000 a month in terms of income. So if we had to stay afloat and we had to carry this house a little bit longer, we've got those Plan B contingencies. But again, we feel pretty confident with this more cash forward, less interest rate sensitive category that we won't have to handle that.
Okay, thank you. Great job.
Good morning. We are BC Builders, and this is our presentation on Silver Shore Haven, which is a custom home that we are building in the Miners Cove lakefront community. My name is Jeff Flynn.
When designing Silver Shore Haven, our goal was to balance comfort, durability, and aging in place, creating a home that feels welcoming but also built to last. This vision in mind, it brings us to our selection of Lot 35, which offers the best combination of great views, a shoreline access of 410 feet, and buildability. Most importantly, its natural slope was ideal for a walkout basement, which aligns to Silver Shore Haven's design vision. With this established, the layout of the house is 4 full bedrooms, 4 full bathrooms, 2 half bathrooms, a 3-car garage, and a partially finished basement that gives flexibility for expansion and customization. Our home is set to sell for $2.3 million with a cost of build of $1.3 million and a duration of 60 months. We anticipate an IRR of 44%.
Just one quick look at our lot, and it's very obvious why we chose it. So Lake Martin has 750 miles of shoreline. That's more than the entire state of California has coastline. And you would think that that makes the land here very cheap, but it's not. It's actually mostly owned by Alabama Power or Russell Land. So finding a good lot like this to develop on is extremely difficult. Now, Lake Martin is for people who live in the Southeast and financially they've made it. And this is going to be their place where it's their family's crown jewel and they have people come visit. And you'll see that all incorporated through our design of our house. We tried to make sure it accommodated a couple who wants to have people stay over and not be all up in their business. Now, what we love about our location, it's 10 minutes from Alexander City, about 40 minutes from Auburn University. So at this place, you could literally wake up, have an early morning water ski session, go do some golfing, watch a college football game, LSU play Auburn at Jordan-Hare Stadium, and be back home for a sunset cruise.
So now that Jeff has painted a picture of what this place looks like, let's talk about who's living here. Within 5 miles of Silver Shore Haven, we know that 65.9% of the families here are rural resort dwellers. This just means that these are seniors with highly skilled jobs that use these homes as their seasonal homes. The average household size is 2 and the median age is 50 years old. So with that in mind, we know our target market is going to be a couple in their 50s or 60s that is retired or nearing retirement. This is an upper middle class family that is ready to buy that secondary home, that summer vacation lake house. And another thing to keep in mind is that this home will be in the family for generations, and they're ready to embrace that lake and outdoor lifestyle. Moving on to our competition, these are the 3 comparables that we use for Silver Shore Haven. Looking at these 3, the prices range from $1.3 million up to $2.2 million. Additionally, as you can see, the gray and white house, they're similar looking because they were built by the same builder, but they are also located right in Miners Cove. So not only are these a testament as to what's selling in Lake Martin, but what's actually selling in our neighborhood of Miners Cove. What distinguishes Silver Shore Haven from these comparables is our partially finished walkout basement and our 410 feet of shoreline access.
Awesome, let's jump into the design and layout of this home. Our floor plan sits at 5,500 square feet, making it the true diamond of Miners Cove. Picture this, you're a couple who's made it. You're looking for your second home, a seasonal retreat that balances aging in place living along with storage and hosting. Our first level boasts first floor living along with our partially finished walkout basement, which serves as a space for sleeping extra guests, hosting, and plenty of storage, along with unfinished spaces that allow for true customizing to whatever your needs may be. Our walkout basement works with the natural slope of our lot, keeping you and your AC bill cool during those summer months.
Thanks, Bella. Let's get a little bit further into our design choices. Our #1 goal in this house was to have age-in-place living for generations to come. This means the inside and the outside of the house provide that age-in-place living while maintaining that Miners Cove feel. On the inside of the house, we have main floor living with minimal level changes that allows for mobility throughout the house. Furthermore, we've put the primary bedroom on the main floor and implemented we've implemented things such as a zero entry shower and lever style handles for ease of use. Outside, accessibility and tranquility continue with our screened-in back porch. Our screened-in back porch features a motorized remote control screens that allow you to enjoy the more than 400 feet of private lakefront viewing while staying safe from weather and bugs.
Awesome. Let's jump into our estimate. Our cost to build this home sits at $1.3 million. If we break that down per our total square feet, that's going to sit at $417, where our cost per finished square feet sits at $494. Our primary cost drivers were concrete, framing, and our building envelope. One of the reasons why our concrete estimate is so high is that per Miners Cove covenants, we need a seawall. Although is the most expensive option, the concrete option is the most durable and on par with the surrounding Miners Cove lots. We also opted to add a composite boat deck, boat lift, and boathouse, making this home truly move-in ready. All you need to bring is your boat. Jumping into our schedule, our overall duration sits at 16 months, with our pre-con running from March through October of 2026. This allows adequate time for permitting, design, and procurement, especially of materials that are highly customized with long lead times. Our construction runs from October of 2026 through June of 2027. That October start date is particularly important as Lake Martin is drained for the winter beginning in October, letting us get in there, pour a concrete seawall, and have time to cure before the lake refills in the spring. Our June end date is important because that allows the owner to get in there, furnish the home in time for summer activities.
So permitting, inspections, and the stormwater pollution prevention plan and site logistics plans just comes to show BC Builders' commitment to a high-quality construction and how we align to Alex City's regulations. Given our proximity to the Lake Martin, as shown in that stormwater pollution prevention plan, it is important that we have erosion control measures just to prevent any water contamination.
Thanks, Daya. Moving on to our sales and marketing plan, we really wanted to have a very transparent and organized process for prospective buyers. In this day and age, the home buying process begins online. That means that the Haven will be posted on numerous MLS and realty sites, which allows the buyer to move at their own speed. Second, we will be utilizing a high-impact, low-cost budgeting method that will focus on photography and targeted digital media. Upon completion of this house, we will host an open house that allows individuals to see the craftsmanship, lifestyle, and thoughtful design behind the Haven. Now, Jeff, our dual financier and realtor, will go into the sales commissioning aspect of this project.
Yes, so as a licensed realtor in Alabama and one of the builders, I'm going to be working to get this home sold from the day we start. The important part is I'm going to offer 4% commission to the buyer's broker and 2% to myself. Now, in terms of our financial breakdown on this project, we're going to be selling this house for $2.3 million with a 15% profit margin, a 1.64% equity multiple, and a 44% IRR. So the only question that's really going to be left after this is, do you want to invest in this project or do you want to buy the home for yourself? Thank you.
Thanks, guys. So I graded your estimate and your schedule, and I do have one question. You have a 5-inch basement slab. Is there a reason for that?
Working with our trades, that's what was determined that we needed for our natural slope of the lot and the property requirements.
Okay.
Thank you, guys. Great job on your presentation. Enjoyed reviewing it. One of the things that I was over was a sustainability section. Y'all were very detailed in the preserving and choosing plants that were native, but that was pretty much it. Tell me the reason for staying pretty standard in the sustainability section.
So coming from Colorado, we do know how important it is to be sustainable, especially when it's a required code from regulations. But when doing research in Alabama, even having Jeff being a local there, having lived in the Lake Martin area or near there, there's not as much of a, I would say like a standard when it comes to regulations at least. So it's kind of on the builder, and you want to balance out what is being mandated by code and what is going to add you additional costs that sometimes the buyer does not want to pay for, just because it may not be an important aspect for them. So while native plants and species were something we implemented, I would say one of the other big focuses that we focused on was our stormwater pollution prevention plan, because in that space we're preventing erosion, especially when we're constructing right by water. And if you look into it, we go really into detail, but we also focused on, we're implementing all these sustainable practices specifically in our SWIP, but it's also not adding too much cost to the builder, because again, there just isn't that much of a demand in Alabama, whether it's the market or whether it's the codes. But we did try to balance that out, and we did what we felt was right.
Good decision. Good job.
All right, first question I'll have is be towards marketing. So how did you come up with a modest $5,000 marketing budget?
So that's our budget specifically basically for photography. Most of the marketing budget actually relies in myself as the realtor fronting a lot of the costs for that. So on our closing, we actually had 6% total for closing and marketing costs related to that, or sales costs related to that.
Okay, thank you. Next one is on the financial and risk. The executive summary gives a net profit of $262,895, and then it states $178,160 on the financial analysis. Can you explain the reason for the different numbers?
Yeah, so since we've been doing this project, we've been constantly studying the market to figure out what's changing. One thing that we've thought is that the sales prices have been creeping up, and so we thought originally when we came into this project, we were expecting to sell for $2.2 million. After looking at all the other comps and walking the property ourselves, we realized that ours was going to be the largest house, one of the only homes there currently with a walkout basement, so we increased our price to $2.3 million. So on the presentation, the profit margin you saw there was based on that.
Good idea, thank you.
Okay, nice proposal, guys. I reviewed the construction management plan, and I'd like to just say a real good job on listing out the trade partners for the key phases of construction. That shows good planning and forward thinking. And I have a question related to sustainability. You mentioned low E windows, LED lighting, and low flow plumbing, but are there any other projects or construction practices you plan to implement to minimize the project's environmental impact and maintain sustainability?
Could you repeat the last part of that question, please?
Yeah, so other than the low E, the LED, and the low flow plumbing, what other products or materials or construction practices will you implement to enhance sustainability and minimize the project's environmental impact?
So I would say, apart from those features that are going to be in the home for, as long as the family maintains that home, the SWIP was the biggest consideration and is where we put a lot of our effort, just because we felt that that is where someone would be willing, when I say someone, I mean the buyer or the GC is willing to eat the cost, just because we feel that, like I mentioned before, for some of these features, and studying the market of Miners Cove in Alabama and like the general demographics, we just feel that there's, you're not always going to have a buyer that's willing to want to pay for those extra features. So we decided to keep it safe. We focus on the construction aspect, and when it comes to the features of the home, those are the ones that we decided to implement. But down the road, obviously, there's room for, what is it called, for customization if they want more sustainable features in their home.
Okay, good job, thank you.
And to add on to that, our partially finished basement was partially to consider that somebody's paying $2.3 million, they're going to want it exactly the way they want it. So rather than build something that might end up getting torn out and completely wasted, we're just going to leave a blank slate in the basement for them to build it the way they want.
All right, thank y'all. Good job. Wyoming. Got 10 minutes at the 2-minute mark. I just put a 2 in there. Y'all know it's close to time. Good luck.
Thank you. Are we good whenever?
Go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we good? All right. Good morning. We're the Cowboy Custom Home Builders from the University of Wyoming. I'm Maddie, and I'm the project manager, and I'm joined with my team, Colton, Andrew, Logan, and Natalie. And we're excited to show you the Cove Ridge Estate. Let's take a look at the market that shaped the Cove Ridge Estate. Our property is located just an hour and a half from Birmingham, 1 hour from Auburn, and 2 hours from Atlanta. It offers community highlights such as proximity to Wind Creek State Park, the Russell Crossroads, and direct lake access, offering buyers access to both natural beauty and recreational activities. In terms of competition, we have evaluated 2 homes with similar features to the Cove Ridge Estate. The first, sitting on 0.72 acres with 5 beds and 5.5 baths, sold for approximately $3.3 million. The second, sitting on 1.76 acres with 4 beds and 5 baths, sold for $3.7 million. Now let's take a look at our property. The Cove Ridge Estate sits on 1.29 acres, has 4 beds, 3 baths, and will be on the market for just $2.2 million, giving buyers premium lakefront living without the premium price tag. Our target market for the Cove Ridge Estate are those looking for a second home, a vacation home, or a retirement property. Next, I will walk you through our pre-construction management plan. Here at Cowboy Custom Home Builders, we believe that a successful project starts in pre-construction. The Cove Ridge Estate is built on 4 key principles. 1, proactive procurement. We will order all long lead items as soon as the permit is acquired. 2, expert permitting. We will navigate the complex shorelines regulations by coordinating with Miners Cove HOA, Alabama Power, and Tallapoosa County to ensure smooth permitting. 3, strategic partnering. We will use established trade partners, preferably those part of the NAHB, all bound by standardized agreements. This will ensure quality, accountability, and competitive pricing. 4, lake-focused site and SWIP. We will use gravel entrances and erosion control to protect Lake Martin throughout construction. I will now hand it over to Colton, who will walk us through our lot selection, product design, and our safety.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Maddie. So going through our lot selection, we had 15 waterfront lots that we wanted to decide on. Lot 40 really stood out to us because it has 407 waterfront feet, as well as having great privacy. Going into our product design, we really wanted to focus on our buyers. So we have a 1-story home here. This is to look at those retiree markets in case anybody has mobility issues. This makes it nice and easy for them to deal with. As well, it has 2 fully livable spaces within it. So if anybody has any long-term family staying, or as a vacation home, you want to bring more people along with you, it makes it very easy to do so. We also have a dock with an electronic boat lift to really emphasize that lakeside lifestyle. For our internal design, we have a large stone fireplace in our great room to really bring the entire project together and really stand out. We also have custom cabinetry and marble countertops throughout the property. And one thing I really want to highlight is that we have polished concrete flooring throughout the property. Our decision on this is based on ease of use and maintenance. Where we're on a lake, it'll allow really easy cleaning. As well, we expect an early buyer, so if they want to change this, it is very easy to do so. For our exterior design, I also want to focus on that maintenance and durability. We went with a metal roof along with gray siding and stone and just the siding itself. This is also, so if you're not there at the property 24/7, it's easy to take care of and make it look nice even when you come back after a long period away. We also have a large outdoor fireplace as an area for the entire group to come together and really stand out. For our safety and site compliance, we'll have weekly toolbox meetings with everybody on site. This is because we're going to have many different hazards come through, such as that dock with an electronic boat lift. We're going to have high voltage lines near water. We want to be able to emphasize specific safety issues the week they appear. Also, PPE. If you do not have your PPE on, you will be removed from our site. We will also have active monitoring throughout the entire construction process by our superintendent, who will do random inspections throughout to make sure everyone is following OSHA regulations as well as our PPE requirements. As well, any subcontractors coming onto our site must meet with us prior to go over any specific hazards. With that, I'm going to give it over to Andrew with our cost estimating and financial analysis.
Thank you, Colton. My name is Andrew, and I'm just going to take a minute to walk you through my estimating process and our project budget. When I built the estimate, I put a high emphasis on breaking out hard fixed costs, such as building structure, from variable costs for an early buyer to make upgrades. That being said, our total construction cost comes in at $1.2 million and gives us a square footage price of about $300 per square foot. When we add in the cost of lot acquisition and construction financing charges, this gives us a global cost of $1.68 million, or $528 per square foot. This leaves us with a $64,000 carrying contingency in case we cannot find an early buyer and have to carry the cost. That's perfect time to look at our budget. So at 7 months, that is when 7 months carrying at a 7% 30-year mortgage, we will run out of our contingency fund when we'd have to talk with our lender about additional financing to carry it an additional 5 months when we would run out of our total profit margin limit. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Logan with scheduling and risk analysis.
Thank you, Andrew. I want to start by highlighting that we have an aggressive schedule that spans just 9 months. We will start with our pre-construction phase in early March, and this will include 30-day escrow, as is essential to our timeline, as we cannot break ground until the property is in our hands. We will handle all essential permitting, including but not limited to Alabama Power, HOA approval, dock permitting, and our building permit. We will procure long lead time items such as doors, windows, our HVAC system, plumbing, and electrical fixtures. This sets the framework for our construction phase, which starts in early June. For safety and efficiency, we will start with the dock base, as we want to avoid any unnecessary hazards that may be involved with working around the home under construction. After the dock base is finished, and subcontractors come on site, we will have them work on the dock and the home to maximize efficiency. This leads us into our punch list and closeout phase in late November with a target finish date in early January. I will now walk us through our risk analysis. We are aiming to keep a 16% net profit margin on this project, and we have compiled 3 tables based off 3 different variables. The first table shows how interest rate affects our net profit margin. The second table shows how our sales price affects our net profit margin, and the third table shows how time on the market affects our net profit margin. I will now hand it over to Natalie for our marketing strategy.
Thank you, Logan. Our marketing strategy will focus on both local partnership and digital outreach. We will collaborate with established organizations such as Wicker Point Golf Club and Willow Point Country Club, both located within a 20-minute drive from the property. This partnership will allow us to connect directly with individuals who are actively engaged in the Lake Martin lifestyle. In addition, we will partner with the Freedom Boat Club to reach active lake users who value waterfront living. Furthermore, we will implement a focused digital marketing campaign using a targeted paid-sponsored advertisement on Facebook and Instagram, along with real estate platforms such as Zillow and Realtor.com to maximize exposure. We anticipate securing a buyer early. If that does not happen, these strategies will help ensure reaching a qualified buyers. Beyond that, we intend to partner with NAHB members, aligning ourselves with reputable professionals in the industry. During construction, we will place a coming soon sale sign on the property to allow buyers to purchase the home early. This will allow buyers to personalize interior finishes such as the paint tones and the flooring. We will work closely with a licensed realtor who will conduct in-person tours and will be given full access to the property. And with that, I'm going to hand it back over to our project manager, Maddie.
Thank you, Natalie, and thank you guys. We appreciate the opportunity to show you the Cove Ridge Estate, and we can't wait to break ground in June. Go Pokes!
All right, good job, guys, on the presentation. Enjoyed doing the review of it. One of the things that y'all put in the, with your base price of the house being, was it $2.2 million? That's a good bit higher than the other homes in the neighborhood. But I understand the comparables, comparing it to Russell Lands and how it's under that, but how do you prevent somebody who comes to see your home seeing one of the other homes around 1.6 million, 1.7 million, 1.5 million, and still choosing your home?
Sure. I believe that we're maximizing our square footage, and actually having a single level home creates a real value opportunity for someone to make that long-term investment. Obviously, our target market is not for families just looking for a place to live. It is for retirees and people looking for a real lakeside lifestyle.
Gotcha. And that kind of rolls into Chris Adler's question, who couldn't be here because his flight got canceled last minute last night. But he wanted to know, I guess, go into a little bit more specifics about how you decided to go with a single level home versus having one with no basement. I mean, with a basement.
So the reason we decided a single level home is we were really looking at our buyer's market there. The single level home, if there's anybody with mobility issues, it allows them really easily to be able to use the property. As well, it's very close to the road with a full drive-around driveway, so we'll be able to have anybody with any issues like that go through. We also have 2 separate living spaces, so there's plenty of square footage still, and we didn't want to deal with a basement with the water table.
All right, thank you.
All right, great job, guys. Mine goes with the financial part of things. What caused a 5% drop and from gross profit to net profit?
That is the $100,000 commissioning fee from our selling price that would be going to Virginia Pettis, our real estate broker.
Okay, thank you.
Good job, guys. I reviewed the construction management plan, and I'd like to say on your proposal, a good job on the elevations and renderings at the beginning of the proposal. Look really nice. And also a good job picking up on using a concrete pump truck for the foundation pours. As far as questions on your site logistics plan, it looks like the home is placed pretty close to Sturdivant Road. Can you kind of walk me through what led to those decisions to move the home that far up on the lot?
Are you clarifying towards the road?
Yes, it looks, yeah.
So our real decision on that one was to avoid a long straight driveway where we'd have to do a large emergency turnaround. It was for the construction of a pull-through driveway, making it very easy for unloading, loading, and then especially if people are pulling boat trailers, RVs, any of the things that go with, any of the toys that go with a lakeside lifestyle.
Okay, thank you, good job.
Hey guys, so I graded your schedule and your estimate. And one question that I have for you guys is you have quite a bit of extra money in progress cleans, almost 10 grand. Is there anything that you can do to knock this payment down?
In site cleaning in the GRs, GCs?
Yes.
Yes, so that is part of our construction contingency for the actual escalation of construction cost. That was one of the areas where I was able to pool money in case we have escalation of cost in any of the other areas.
Okay, so you do expect it to be a little bit over what you...
I don't expect it to be over, but I like to plan for the worst.
Okay, thank you.
Good job, thank you guys. the 2-minute mark, I'll just put 2 in there, let you know you're close to time. Whenever you guys are ready, good luck.
Thank you.
Good morning, investors. We are Pointe Build Group, and today we are more than excited to present to you Cypress Cove, a custom lakefront oasis on the shores of Lake Martin in the Miners Cove development. So let's meet the team.
I'm Julia Stewart. I'm Salma Sabaha.
I'm Ada Nelson. I'm Zach Martin. I'm Dustin Garbarino. And I'm Nick Milligan. So we're going to start the day off with a little bit of a rationale how we arrived at our target buyer and our target market, get into the design of this beautiful home, how we brought that dream to life through construction, and then what you care about most as investors, we're going to talk a little bit of money to round things off. So in search of our target buyer, we initially started at some of the smaller metros nearby, Alexander City, Auburn, Columbus, Montgomery. They are mainly service-based, so they don't quite have the depth of buyer that we're looking for. So we're going to transfer and pull our buyers from Birmingham and Atlanta. Atlanta is going to be home to nearly 1,000 corporate headquarters. Some of those prominent are going to be Home Depot, Delta Airlines, Coca-Cola. Birmingham's now going to be a designated federal tech hub, and it's going to hold the highest concentration per capita of healthcare technology professionals in the entire United States. So we're confident that with these two metros in mind, we're going to have a consistent flow of high-income, potentially C-suite level professionals that are looking for a second home that's just a short drive away. So meet the Carters. Jonathan and Melissa are a Birmingham-based, high-income professional couple. Jonathan is the CEO of a rapidly expanding healthcare technology company. Melissa's a part-time nurse practitioner, and together with their 2 children, Evan and Claire, they're seeking a custom home that can be their retirement haven tomorrow. So we chose Lot 40 with our target buyer in mind, given that it's going to be a big entertainment space and a weekend oasis for them to get away from the big city. At 1.29 acres and 407 feet of continuous waterfront, this lot's going to have the most uninterrupted waterfront on the entire cove. At $399,000 for the lot and a cost per acre of $309,000 per acre, this is going to beat all the other lots on a cost per acre basis and on an overall lot size basis. So currently in the Lake Martin area, we're looking at 21 homes actively listed in the $1.8 to $2.5 million range. Of those, 5 are going to be currently under contract. In that same price range, in the past year, we're looking at 50 homes that went up for sale and sold. So as you can see, all these homes are going to be hovering right around that $2.1 million mark. That's going to be hovering right around ours as Cypress Cove. They're going to range in acreage from a half an acre to an acre and a half for the lot size, and they're going to spend on average 90 days on the market per Redfin and all those other type of sites. So we selected these in particular because of their similarities in architectural styles, most of them being modern rustic or traditional country, as is Cypress Cove. And they're going to range in amenities, so some of our standout amenities that they're going to share with Cypress Cove are going to be covered boat docks and boat slips, dual wraparound porches, a lot of chef's kitchens, flex office spaces that can be turned into bedrooms, as well as vaulted ceilings and exposed box beams.
Thank you, Nick. Our design begins with a long driveway designed for privacy and convenience. Moving inside, expansive glazing frames with stunning lake views. The main living spaces flow seamlessly together with a chef's kitchen featuring a generous island, walk-in pantry, and a dedicated coffee bar with a mini wine fridge designed for effortless entertaining. A spacious laundry room connects a 3-car garage to the main living spaces. Within the garage, there is ample room for vehicles and lake gear. Just beyond, an outdoor barbecue kitchen expands the home's entertaining capacity. The deck celebrates uninterrupted lake views while providing space for dining and relaxation. Moving back inside, the eastern wing begins with a powder bath, thoughtfully positioned for guests and primary living spaces. Adjacent is a flexible bedroom, which can serve as a perfect space for a home office as well. The main floor primary suite captures serene lake views and opens directly to a more private portion of the deck. The ensuite bath is luxurious, featuring dual vanities, a spacious shower, and refined finishes. The walk-in closet is thoughtfully organized to maximize storage capacity while introducing natural light. Downstairs, the walkout basement centers around a family room that opens directly to the screened porch through 12-foot-long accordion doors. Off of the hallway, the full bathroom offers convenience for guests and easy access from the adjacent bedroom. Our secondary primary suite is ideal for hosting other families with direct outdoor access, a luxurious ensuite bath, and a spacious walk-in closet, mirroring the comfort of the suite above. On the other side of the family room, our final bedroom serves the ideal space for children and friends or grandchildren, with a connected bathroom and bedroom serving as the perfect transition from lake activities back into the home. Moving along the bug screen porch, outdoor living is made easy and comfortable. Beyond a spacious lawn, fire pit gathering area, and private boathouse complete the design, prioritizing outdoor living and maximizing the Lake Martin experience. Our home is also thoughtfully positioned and designed to maximize passive design strategies, including natural ventilation and sun shading of windows during the summertime, as well as internal heat gain and solar direct gain during the wintertime. These passive design strategies alone bring our home's comfort level from a natural 7% to over 50%. With our dehumidification system bringing it up even more, active heating and cooling are minimally needed. Other sustainable features maximize energy savings while allowing homeowners to remotely monitor and control the home from anywhere. And now I'm going to pass it off to Salma to talk about our estimate.
Thank you, Julia. An accurate and realistic estimate is essential to the profitability of this project. So let's take a look at some of the numbers. All material, labor, and equipment necessary for this project comes to around $989,000. And throughout the entire project, we'll accumulate around $118,000 of construction overhead. The lot cost being $399,000, we come to a subtotal of $1.5 million and a cost per square foot of around $288 per square foot. Additionally, we want to factor in sales, marketing, and financing costs coming to around $157,000, bringing us to an all-in cost of $1.66 million. We want to prioritize high-end design and construction to maximize owner satisfaction and to give the investors the highest return on their investment. And now I'll pass it off to Aiden for the construction schedule.
Thank you, Salma. Here at PB&G, we pride ourselves on fast and efficient schedules while still prioritizing quality that our customers deserve. We will begin this project with our lot acquisition on February 20th, 2026. Following in April of 2026, we will pull our building permit. We will be fully dried in by November of that year, with our final inspection scheduled for April 27th, 2027. Now I'm going to pass it over to Zach to talk about our permitting and site logistics process.
Thank you, Aiden. With the natural slope of this lot, as well as the proximity to the lake on our southern border, our site layout and stormwater pollution prevention plan are going to be key to the success of this project. We choose to do this with silt fencing as well as straw wattles seen throughout this project along the southern border as well as up higher above to mitigate the construction site risk. Additionally, we will be pulling all permits from Alexander City and working with the Alabama Power Company to be compliant with local policies. On the sales and marketing side, the PBG Quarterly is the center of PBG's sales and marketing team. With our in-house broker, we hope to get an inside scoop on the sales process as well as cut down on some of those third-party costs. Additionally, we will be advertising the home through traditional sites such as Zillow and Redfin, as well as posting it in the Greater Montgomery HBA.
Financial due diligence is our top priority. We built a framework that tracks the cash flows of the project and their timing. We're looking for $500,000 in equity contributions, and we're targeting a 26% net profit margin. The equity waterfall analysis provides the preferred return on capital and the return of capital in the first tier. Subsequent tiers will incentivize project delivery on cost and on time. Equity contributions will be utilized to kick off the project by acquiring the land and the soft costs. All hard costs will be financed. We conducted a sensitivity analysis on the two key project risks, the sales price and the construction cost. We believe that there's ample room for us to beat expectations and also absorb any loss. I look forward to your questions in Q&A. Thank you.
Great job, guys. Really nice proposal as well. It was nice going through that one. The first question I have is in reference to marketing. What is your $84,000 sales and marketing budget comprised of?
Yeah, so that's going to be mainly covering a lot of our in-house brokerage, and I'm sure there's some costs that are associated with advertising the Greater Montgomery Home Builders Association Showcase. That's going to be in September. So that's going to be encompassed with that, as well as contributing to part of our PBG magazine, which we touched on just a little bit. That's going to be a bespoke print that we created. It's basically going to showcase a lot of our processes and our homes, and buyers that are interested can join that pre-construction registry as part of that magazine to really get access to some of our early homes and get an insight into our process, which is unbeaten in the entire industry.
Okay, thank you. The next one is involving financial. Would you consider listing your house at the top end of your pricing to maximize your profit?
This is not at the top end of the market. This lies somewhere in the middle. We believe that we're following the conformity of the neighborhoods nearby, so we can justify the 2.1. There's a comparable in the market that's 2.2, which is the top end.
Okay, thank you. Good job.
I'll second what Mark said. Good job on the proposal and the presentation, and I really like the fact of listing the trade partners out. You know, now at this stage, it shows the planning you put into it. Also, the study done on the sun's path and how that can affect the home as well. My question would go towards sustainability, and I would ask that you could just elaborate more on the elements and products that will be used to enhance the sustainability and get you to that green building status.
So beginning with passive design, some of our passive design strategies are listed here. And we definitely, the main part of the home is facing south, which we obviously wanted to prioritize those stunning lake views, but knew that the sun would kind of be an issue with that. So we made sure there was ample overhang along the southern face to cover some of that glazing. So we have a lot of glazing on the southern face during the hot, humid summers. So it'd be a little cooler. But still allow some of that sun inside during the winter time. And then operable windows for ventilation and internal heat gain with our high quality insulation. And then moving on to our other sustainable features, the Moen Smart integration or irrigation allows homeowners to control the water usage from anywhere, as well as monitor what needs more water and how it's being used. And then our other systems all allow homeowners to control and remotely monitor the home, as we are marketing this as a vacation home. And then the tankless water heater saves a lot of water and also allows instant heating of water, which we felt like was a good feature for a vacation home, not always having to have that hot water. And then LED lighting saves up to, or at least 80% energy savings. So, yes.
Okay, good job. Thank you.
Hey guys. I graded your schedule and your estimate. I do like your consolidated schedule and then the detailed one in the appendix, so good job on that. It makes it nice and clean and easy to look at. But I do have one question for you guys. Is there a reason why you chose I-joist for the floor system instead of trusses or a regular joist system?
Yeah, so it's going to be a lot cheaper and a lot lighter material. I know it is kind of difficult, obviously, in that area. It's a lot more wooded, and obviously there's a lot more kind of twists and turns, so we felt it's going to be a little bit easier for transport as well as the cost savings.
Okay.
All right, guys. I did the market analysis. Y'all did a really good job on that. One of the things that you guys did was kind of punt the whole Lake Martin, Alexander City area and go straight to the Atlanta, Birmingham, and Montgomery areas. Tell me what went into the decision there, and y'all did it a lot differently than a lot of the other teams.
Yeah. So as I mentioned, we did start with some of those smaller areas. As you know, Auburn's going to be more of like a college-based town, and then Alexander City is going to be a lot more service-based. So to really cater to the type of buyer that we would need for a home of this caliber, we had to kind of outsource that to Birmingham and Atlanta because we wanted a real depth of buyers that we could pull from. We wanted sheer numbers and wanted them to hit those certain qualities, because having just a buyer or two is not going to really help us. So we felt that Birmingham and Atlanta had that depth and had the target market that we're looking for, which is going to be those C-suite level professionals that are gonna be able to afford this home and are looking for a vacation home. We're not gonna limit it to just C-suite, but mainly high income.
Good job, guys. Great job. Good decision. Thanks.
morning, guys. You'll have 10 minutes to present, and at the 2-minute mark, I'll just put a number 2 in the air, let you know you're close to time. Whenever you guys are ready, good luck. All right, thank you.
Okay. Hi, judges. Thank you for being here with us today. We, Blue Ridge Build Co., we created the camellia at Miners Cove. We decided to name it after the state flower. I'm Ruby Johnson.
I'm Lucy Jacobowitz.
I'm Bryson Peters. I'm Riley Sullivan, Pre-Con Manager.
I'm Caden Young, Construction Manager. And I'm James Poe, Finance Lead.
Here at Blue Ridge Build Co., our mission is guided by trust, craftsmanship, and sustainability. We deliver homes built with intention, precision, and aligned with the long-term goals of our clients and the environments they inhabit.
So looking at our site location and proximity, we are in the Miners Cove Phase 3, which is the northern shoreline of Lake Martin with about 800 plus miles of shoreline. We're about 15-20 minutes to daily essentials and 45 minutes to the Auburn retail, dining, and healthcare. Our climate is about 215 sunny days a year with mild winters and warm summers, which is perfect for the lake life lifestyle. So going into our demographics, looking at the demographics, we're not building a house, we're building in a region with stable fundamentals. In this county, there's a 70% home ownership rate and diversified employment base, which creates stability rather than reliance on one industry for pulling our buyers. Looking at key demand drivers, the key one is the lifestyle migration. With the growth of remote and hybrid work, this pushes for retreats and long-term family assets. And with 6 million annual visitors to the Lake Martin region, this allows for high buyer exposure. So our 2 primary target buyers, the first one is metro professional families from Atlanta and Birmingham, who are dual income professionals who are looking for weekend and long-term family retreats. And our second one is second home and remote work buyers, who are business owners, professionals, semi-retired couples who prioritize privacy, low maintenance, and quality. So looking at our competitors, these are 2 homes that are on the same roads that we're building our lot on our lot. The listed one here is about $553 per square foot, and then the one that's sold has been sold for $431 per square foot. And based on our positioning, we're focused on lower density private focused lots, a more energy efficient envelope, and long-term durability. We're at about 4,000 square foot and $433 per square foot. This gives us a competitive advantage, which can lead to a shorter time on the market with a better product.
We wanted to create a home that blended with its natural landscape and the surrounding neighborhood. As you enter through the front door, you're welcome to an open floor plan concept. This is to encourage gathering and connection. As you walk throughout the home, you're welcome to our kitchen, which has a walk-in pantry and is warm and inviting. Beyond that is the dining area, which has enlarged windows to frame our beautiful lake view. Just beyond that is the primary suite. The primary suite has a bathroom with his and her sinks and a walk-in closet. As you exit back out into the living room area, there's a curtain wall, again framing our beautiful lake view, and just beyond that are 2 bedrooms that share a Jack and Jill style bathroom. As you continue throughout the house and downstairs, you're welcome to another open floor plan living area that's completed with a bar, an office space flex room, and a bunk room or an additional bedroom. We decided to leave half of the basement open to encourage an outdoor active lifestyle. This is for storage space for things such as kayaks, paddle boards, and other lake gear. Throughout our home, we wanted to encourage connection to the outdoors and prioritize natural lighting.
In terms of our estimate, we're starting with our direct total cost. This is any of our major construction processes like foundation, framing, roofing, etc. That comes out to around $821,000. For our indirect costs, this is anything from permitting fees to architectural drawing fees, inspection fees, etc. Comes out to around $55,000 for a total vertical construction cost of $877,000. Adding in our lot cost of $410,000 on lot 35, which was the most expensive lot of the selection, we believe was by far worthy of this extra money just because of its pristine lake views and surplus of lake frontage, as well as prime dockable boathouse buildable ability just because of the water level in that area. Adding the lot cost into our vertical construction costs would come out to a total of $1.28 million. This estimate and schedule would not be possible without two of our major trade partners, EcoPanels and Superior Walls. These both construction companies use prefab, off-site, modular construction processes, allowing for quicker schedules and quicker installs. Like Superior Walls could be used and installed in 1 day, and EcoPanels could be used in just a couple days, as opposed to weeks or a month or two as in the industry. This allows for a lot quicker processes in our foundation and framing stages, allowing for a aggressive but possible 6-month project time.
So getting into our trade partners, we focused on hiring local subcontractors that are based in and around Alexander City. This is because we wanted to prioritize the local economy and just add more value to the home for the community. Getting into our site logistics plan, we'll have restrooms and parking up at the top of the site near the road with the dumpster material laydown positioned behind that. And then we'll have that crane pad closer to the house for the crane that will be lifting the Superior Wall system into place. Just some important materials to track. This includes EcoPanels, windows, and doors. For EcoPanels, we'll be sending the drawings to the manufacturer as soon as they're completed and approved, just because that lead time is 8 to 10 weeks. And then windows and doors we'll be ordering in weeks in advance of installation, just because of that variable lead time. So our inspection plan, we're going to be performing in-house inspections with the management team, the design team, and any applicable subcontractors, just so that we can be sure that we're ready for formal inspections with the county. And then once we feel like we're ready, we'll contact the county department to schedule those formal inspections listed. So just some existing conditions on site. The site includes loamy soil with small amounts of clay, has a bunch of trees, a bunch of shrubs, and it does slope naturally toward the lake. And then our erosion control plan includes silt fencing all around the site. Erosion control blankets will keep existing vegetation at the shoreline, just to act as a buffer zone, slow that runoff down and prevent it from carrying any sediment into the lake. And we'll also be planting trees and shrubs for increased soil stability post-construction. So on site, we'll be having weekly safety meetings to start each week, just to go over safety protocols and preventative measures. And then we'll also be doing daily toolbox talks that will just dive deeper into the protocols and methods for work going on site each day.
As for sustainability, we also wanted to be similar to our mission of creating a house that is resilient and creates a fortified standard as well. For first, we have corrugated metal roof panels. These panels work well with the environment, as well as they can be recycled and protecting the clients long term. As you can see, they are long lasting, cost effective, and easy to install as well. Next, for our EcoPanels, like Riley had said earlier, they are easy to install as well as low maintenance. These are structurally insulated wall panels. They also, these images kind of help explain how they're modularly put together and detailed, as well as these are low maintenance, and which improves clients' funds long term as well. For Superior Wall Systems, we worked very closely with this trade partner. They also provided some drawings for us as well, based on our floor plans. These are insulated concrete panels, and they keep energy costs low, which again helps long term with that client funding. For these next two slides, they're pretty straightforward, just based on our sales and marketing plan throughout the process. First, we want to kind of target retirees and families looking for a second home, as well as putting an emphasis on hosting and enjoying the lake life around them. We want to kind of nurture that client relationships throughout the process, and by doing this, we can do one-on-one consulting, as well as on-site tours, detailed design presentations. This also helps create the client's vision for the home, and putting emphasis on that as well, and that they can emotionally immerse themselves within the pre-construction and construction phases of the project. Again, marketing plan, pretty straightforward, positioned at $1 to $2 million. Again, with that target, with a 4-bedroom, 3-bath.
Taking a look at our financial and risk analysis, We see a sales price of $1.85 million and a net revenue of $1.776 million after realtor commission of $74,000 goes out at 4%. So we have a projected profit of $476,000 roughly. That is giving us a profit margin, a very strong projected profit margin of 25.8% and a return on investment at 16.2%. So your investment comes in at the land buyout at $410,000, and we will leverage the equity on the land to get our 7% loan. Just looking at mitigating risk, it's simple. I think that our construction process being a shorter 6-month construction process reduces risk and it reduces interest carry. It also, just a shorter time on the market, as you see in our draw schedule, gives us the ability to get your dollar back quicker.
Thank you for your time. We now open the floor to questions.
Good job, guys. Nice proposal and very well presented. I'd like to point out a couple of things I liked about your proposal. Nice job picking up the crane staging, a place to set the crane up for construction, and also allowing for the key inspections on the schedule was good. I would consider allowing 2 days for some of your key inspection. That gives you time to recover if there's any items pointed out, deficiencies, that way before you move into a successive trade. But good job overall. As far as questions, I would like to ask, what materials and construction methods are you planning to use to enhance the project's sustainability and minimize its environmental impact?
With these materials and trade partners that we're using, they don't kind of affect the environment as heavy. They're not like destroying the environment around it. They're kind of adapting to it. Just because of that short time that they're being installed, it's not putting so much pressure on the environment that it's on. Including with that soil being so kind of saturated, we want to kind of have that less weight on it.
Okay, good job. Thanks.
Hey guys, so I graded your estimate and your schedule. Nice job keeping the schedule at that 6 months. That's very doable, and I do have a couple of small things on there that you would change. The one thing is, kind of goes into my question on, you guys have polishing the concrete slabs the same day that you're doing drywall. Is there a reason for that, or is there maybe something that you can change for that? You got your basement slab and your garage slab are the two that you have starting on the same.
Yeah, I mean, we would definitely just reevaluate that. I'll definitely look more into that, the exact days of the exact different processes, but no, there is no specific reason for that.
All right, guys. Good job. Enjoyed the presentation. One of the big things in your sustainability and also in your presentation today was promoting the wall panels. Tell me what went into the decision. What in the market analysis told you that this might be beneficial to you?
Right. We wanted to use these especially for just the time of the project, trying to get your dollar back as quick as possible. We thought it was just a lot easier on site, not a lot of in and out traffic and holding up the community with big trucks in the coming in and out of the neighborhood of the existing residents already in there. So we wanted to minimize that community impact and just get it in and out one day, get our materials up, not take up all of the road space and the in and out traffic.
That actually happened to me when we were building a house in this neighborhood. Neighborhood was in an uproar one day.
Right, exactly.
For Chris Adler, who's watching live stream right now, his flight got canceled. One of the questions that he had was in your proposal. You mentioned building trust with community members. How would you guys approach that? How do you accomplish that as a company?
We at App State, again, we're a very tiny school, so we kind of again, Boone, as a small town, we trust and have loyalty with all of our construction and architecture firms in and around Boone. So it's more valuable to the environment. Again, Alexander City as well as Lake Martin has loyal customers as well as loyal companies as well. So to entrust us with their companies and with their drawings and help, and they know more about the environment than we will ever know. So again, to give them the ability and opportunity to build with us, again, we will go based off what they think and say, and as many, oh my gosh, opinions as they want to give, because again, they know the environment more and they have the loyalty of the people around the lake as well.
Awesome, thank you.
All right, good job, guys. Mine is a financial question. Could you give me more of a breakdown of that net revenue amount of $1,776,000? I couldn't quite figure out how that was calculated.
So basically, we have a sales price of $1.85 million, and we went with a realtor commission at 4%, and so that $74,000 deducts that down to 1.7. And I mean, yeah, that's pretty much just the realtor commission coming out of that, and then from that net revenue, we draw out profit.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good job, guys.
Good job, guys. Thank you.
Good job, guys. Is this your first year doing this? Yes. That's great. Y'all did good. Thank you. Keep doing it.
have 10 minutes. At the 2-minute mark, I'll put a 2 in there, let you know you're close to time. Good luck.
Good morning. We are excited to introduce Sturtevant Pointe. Today we're here representing Kansas State University, and our team is Wildcat Community Construction. I'm Cooper. This is Brooks, Audrey, Trent, and Brandon. We were formed with one goal in mind, to treat construction as more than building homes, but as building community. This is represented in our core values.
To really understand the market around Lake Martin, you have to look beyond the lake itself and consider the surrounding areas. Several nearby cities play an important role in supporting long-term demand, like Birmingham, which offers access to Alabama's largest employment-based and healthcare systems, including the largest hospital in Alabama, UAB. Auburn, driven by Auburn University, creates steady housing from faculty, staff, and alumni. Alexander City functions as a recreational center and economic center of the area. Together, these cities help sustain demand and position Lake Martin as a perfect location for our ideal buyer. It's a setting designed for connection. Lake Martin offers accessibility and escape with outdoor activities like fishing, boating, golfing on the afternoons, or even taking it all in on the hiking trails. Established developments such as Willow Point and the Ridge demand higher prices, while communities like Windermere and Stillwater are more accessible. Our project is above entry level, but below the most established developments. This position allows us to remain competitive while still delivering a high quality home.
Our ideal buyer is someone with well-established roots in Alabama. We anticipate this buyer to be an affluent couple whose children may have already left home and who are now seeking a weekend retreat on a beautiful lakefront estate. Given the investment level of these homes, this places our ideal buyer in the 50 to 60 age range with successful careers in fields such as healthcare or business. Sturtevant Pointe's prime location on Lake Martin creates a seamless transition to either part-time or full-time lake living. Many prospective buyers are likely to be alumni of or have children currently attending UAB or Auburn. This makes travel for game days and campus visits simple and convenient. In addition to its location, the community offers access to multiple golf courses, local dining, and premier boating and fishing opportunities on Lake Martin. These features make Sturtevant Pointe an ideal destination, not only for weekend escapes, but also for use as a vacation rental property to help offset ownership costs.
Our team intentionally selected a set of plans that aligns with the preferences of our ideal buyer. We specifically chose these plans because they offer a main level primary bedroom, offering convenience, accessibility, and long-term livability, qualities that are increasingly important to our ideal buyers. With just under 3,500 square feet of living space, this home includes 3 bedrooms and 4 bathrooms, with 2 bedrooms on the second level and the primary located on the main level. This home has the size and features our buyers are looking for without overbuilding or inflating costs. The basement offers an additional layer of versatility with a space that can be easily adapted to suit a variety of needs, whether that's a home office, recreational space, or future bedroom accommodations. This makes it a great space for the grandkids to come play. Another key aspect of our product design is the intentional use of windows on the main level to capture and showcase the home's biggest asset, the lake views. We also intentionally position the home on the lot to maximize these views, ensuring that key living spaces take full advantage of the property's natural surroundings. Another key aspect of our design is there's a deck on the main level that provides shelter for a walkout patio below. In the end, we believe this plan suits our ideal buyer's preferences.
Our design and sustainability plan is all about creating a home that is comfortable, efficient, and built to last. We are aware of Alabama's fluctuating temperatures, so we will be installing a flash and bat insulation system to cut down on energy consumption and to lower utility bills. We will then be adding UV-rated windows to block harmful UV rays, to cut down on glare, and to keep interiors cool and protected. Additionally, we will be adding a continuous water heater, which will allow hot water for our client whenever needed. Together, these features improve comfort, efficiency, and the home's overall long-term value. Our site logistics plan is designed to place the home on the lot for the most optimal views of Lake Martin. Protecting the natural beauty of the lake is a top priority, and all phases of construction will be managed with that goal in mind. A designated dumpster will be placed directly in front of the garage to allow for easy access and streamlined cleanup operations. A portable restroom will be placed just to the north of the home to allow easy access for workers on site and to minimize site disruption. Our SWIP plan will utilize a silt fence surrounding the rear and sides of the property to prevent any construction debris or unwanted runoff from entering and polluting the lake. These measures ensure that the land and surrounding area will remain protected through all phases of construction. Our project schedule was developed with one goal in mind, and that is keeping construction organized, efficient, and moving forward without interruption. We have a planned start date of March 2nd and a targeted completion date of October 15th. Our estimate overview has been thoughtfully developed to ensure that we deliver a high-quality home at a fair and reasonable price. Our total construction cost is $852,111, located on Lot 35 with a value of $410,000, bringing our total price per square foot to $246 a square foot, and our total price, including the lot, to $364.35. Our greatest expenses on this project were our structural framing, our mechanical components, and our interior finishes. We've chosen to put more money into our interior finishes, such as the kitchen, because we understand how important having entertainment space at the lake can be. We've chosen to balance quality, cost efficiency, and design the home to suit our ideal buyer's needs, all while exceeding expectations of other competition.
Over the past 10 years, Wildcat Community Construction has built recognition by engaging in the Lake Martin community and the surrounding area. We've been consistently active with the local hospital's outreach events. We've remained an active presence at local golf events, as a donor at local fishing tournaments, and by having a regular tent at Auburn and UAB tailgates. Our goal is to maintain our well-established identity as a trusted member of the Lake Martin community as we begin promoting Sturdivant Pointe in the fall of 2025. After we begin construction in the spring of 2026, we have the whole summer to engage in the local fishing and golf tournaments. This plan ensures that we remain an active presence at every location where our ideal buyers spend their time, all by our designated completion date in the fall of 2026. Our consistent interactions with those that fit the demographics of our ideal buyer will help to strengthen recognition and the desirability of this home. We strive to be at the top of our ideal buyer's mind when they begin their search for a new home.
I want to close by answering the question that actually matters from the investor's perspective. Can this house sell, and can it sell without putting unnecessary pressure on the capital behind it? By the way we've structured it, we believe the answer is yes. At a total construction cost and loan amount of $1.26 million and a listing price of $1.45 million, our total profit is right around $190,000, or 15% return on investment. At $246 per square foot, we are not trying to force the market. We're pricing this home based on our ideal buyer's income and where other high-end luxury homes in the area are actually selling. Where we really set ourselves apart is in our risk mitigation plan. Our construction loan is drawn gradually, not all at once. This means loan interest is only accruing on funds we are actually using. This keeps loan exposure controlled throughout the construction process. Even in a slightly higher rate scenario, our total carrying cost is right around $7,000. This is an amount we can not only predict, but is time limited. And we're not ignoring the fact the home might not be sold the day construction is finished. If on September 15th the home is not under contract, a realtor is brought in immediately. Yes, this is an additional 3% fee, but compared to interest accruing and monthly carrying cost, we believe more certainty makes financial sense. This is not a project that only works if everything goes according to plan. It's a project that's designed to sell and limit downside. That's why we are more than capable of not only building this building, but exiting the project the right way. Wildcat Community Construction believes that Sturdivant Pointe exemplifies our core values of building, supporting, and investing in your community and communities across Alabama. Thank you.
Hey guys, nice job. I graded your estimate and your schedule, and my question's going to be in regards to your estimate. You have two different systems on here for your HVAC. You've got a separate heating and you have a separate cooling. Is there a reason for that?
There was no specific reason for that. I just divided it into two different sections.
All right, good job, guys. My area was the market analysis, and you guys went into good detail about how this neighborhood compared to some of the others in the market. What differentiates Miners Point as opposed to Stillwater's or some of the other ones?
Yeah, so a lot of the other high-end estates seem to be almost behind like a gate, you know, it was something that people were trying to keep separate, and the lower ends were more like rental properties, they weren't as well upkept. This is something in the middle where you can live and have that real community feeling, what we're all about, you know, like a regular cul-de-sac, while also being in a really nice high-end luxury home.
Good job.
Great job, guys. The first question I have is for marketing that comes from Chris Adler. How do you plan to reach prospective buyers outside the market area? Where would you intend on advertising that?
We're only focused on people who live in Alabama, and we, in our marketing plan, are also attributing for people around Lake Martin. So people who are alumni of UAB or Auburn, those are the people that we're looking for. The people who work in hospitals in Alexander City or at UAB, that's who we're targeting this home towards. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And the next one's about financial. So your 15% ROI is a little bit light for a build on waterfront property. In what ways could you potentially increase that?
We understand that it's light, but a lot of the estimates we were doing were overestimating. I mean, understandably, we could, predictably, we could come in under what our estimate is actually standing at, increasing our return on investment.
Do you have a percentage of, I would call fluff in that?
Are you referring to contingency?
No, his estimate, he said, might be beefed up a little bit. Do you have a percent in mind that you would gain back in profit?
5%, around there.
That's heavy, though. Good, thank you.
Good job, guys. And from what I can tell from the front elevation, that home will excite buyers and, you know, have good curb appeal. So good job on that. I have a question that actually come up from the presentation. Was the site logistics and SW or stormwater plan included in the original proposal? Did I miss that?
Yes, I believe it is.
Okay. I didn't see that one. But anyway, I do have a question in regards to protection. Under your waste management section, you briefly mentioned things like oils, paints, and solvents, which can contaminate a property. How will you handle those things, as well as things like concrete washout to prevent intrusion into the lake?
We would put in a contract that our trade partners are responsible for cleaning and making sure that they are not polluting the site by any means. We will have dumpsters on site to ensure that we have a place to throw away any contaminants, and yeah.
Okay, thank you, guys.
Good job.
Good job.
Hello, hello, testing. How's it going, judges? We are Woodmont Homes, and we are representing Sarah State University. Today we're presenting you our version of 2349 Sturdivant Road at Phase 3 of Miners Cove. Audie, here's our team, and I'll set the stage for our project analyst.
Hello, my name is Aaron Loy, and I'm the project analyst here at Woodmont Homes. For our target market, we're looking for small families or retirees. With this, our target age range would be around 30 to 65. We would probably be looking for people that are college educated, mid-level executives, own a business, or work an entrepreneurial role. In 2024, 216 single-family home build permits were issued in Tallapoosa County, and they're seeing 30 to 60 average monthly closings of single-family homes in Tallapoosa County. Based on our comparative market analysis, we're seeing an average sales price of a little over 1.7 million, an average of 92 days on market, an average price per square foot of 515, and an average square footage of 3,355. Tallapoosa County's population is currently around 40,700. The median age is around 45.6 years old, and the average household income is a little below 60,000. Nearby the project, there is Lake Martin, which is also known as the Gateway to Lake Martin. It is a beautiful community located nearby Lake Martin. There's also Talladega National Forest, which is a nationally protected forest that is the delight of residents of Alabama all year round. There's also Wind Creek State Park, which is a 1,444-acre park that hugs the beautiful shorelines of Lake Martin. I'd like to pass this off to our pre-construction manager.
Good morning. My name is Diego Renteria, and I'm the pre-construction manager here at Woodmont Homes. Now, taking a look at our site, as mentioned, we chose Lot 35 in the Phase 3 section of the Miners Cove subdivision. Looking at our site, there is slight vegetation with trees, and what we notice is an elevation change of approximately 46 feet sloping down towards Lake Martin. But with that being said, our building site on the lot has an elevation change of roughly 3 feet. Important things to note, our lot size is approximately 45,000 square feet, or 1.03 acres to be exact. And another thing to note, our utilities will be located on site, but due to our sensitivity of our lot being close to Lake Martin and having no access to a sewer tap, we would have to install a sewer pump to help compensate for that. And to start, our land purchase will be completed on November 3rd, 2025 for $410,000. Taking you through our project schedule, as I mentioned, we would start pre-construction and procurement on November 3rd, and working through things such as our foundation and our structure. Continuing on through our exterior and interior finishes, and finally closing out with our landscaping, we are looking at a closeout handover date at approximately October 9, 2026, which gives us a rough estimate of 11 to 12 month period to complete this project. Here at Woodmont Homes, we believe in a strong, dependable project team. With that being said, we will be doing so by granting internships to NAHB students of any college that want to learn how to build a Woodmont home and everything and anything that goes into that. And lastly, here at Woodmont Homes, we believe that project management is very important. No matter the site or the lot that we choose, we are going to make it as efficient and productive as possible. The way we'll be doing that would be through some of these projects, such as our stormwater prevention, and most importantly, our material disposal. And then lastly, we believe for our employees, safety is our #1 priority. We are committed to following all OSHA rules, safeties, and guidelines. On the flip side, we have quality. When it comes to our customers, we are devoted to giving them the quality of a Woodmont home, because a Woodmont house without quality is not a Woodmont home. Now passing it on to our product designer, Tobias.
Morning, judges. I'm Tobias Jackson. I'm the product designer for this at Wilmot Homes. What is a Wilmot home? A Wilmot home is not just a house. It is your home. Our dedication to craftsmanship and adaptability provides our new home buyers with top-notch features to ensure their visions come to life. A variety of exterior and interior packages are available in this plan. This includes exterior amenities, curb appeal amenities, and interior specialties. As you take a look here, our front rear view at our home, our square foot is 3,688 square foot. For our floor plan, you see that we have 4 bedrooms, 3.5 bath, a 2-car garage, and a bonus room. And the interior views, you can see that in our kitchen, we have stainless steel Sub-Zero appliances. Also, in our kitchen, we have a waterfall in kitchen island. Also, in our interior views, in the primary bathroom, we have a standalone tub with a walk-around shower. Also, for our bonus room, we either turn it into a media room or also another family room. For interior finishes, we have a variety of options, but we went with black plumbing finishes. Here's a list of our buyer selection sheet of the design and finishes we went throughout the homes. And for our design, at Wilmot Homes, we offer black finishes with plumbing finishes and electrical finishes to give the house a more modern look. And now for our financial manager.
Hello, judges. My name is Diana Garza, and for a financial analysis summary, it provides strong and measurable return on investment. It is located in a high-demand lakefront market with premium home values and is supported by steady market growth and proven sales comparables. Assuming a 7.75% interest on all loans, land acquisition would be $410,000, soft costs would be $154,175, hard construction costs would be $719,900, total cost would be $1,284,075. Sales price would be $1.5 million. Project length would be about 12 months. Estimated profit would be about $215,925 with about the return of 22.7%. Now passing it on to the sales and marketing manager.
How's it going, judges? My name is Robert Sanchez. I am the team's leads in our sales and marketing campaign. Now, just walking you through our sales process, once we get our permits approved, we're going to list the home on the local MLS with the floor plan and all the detailed specifications. Now, more towards our drywall stages, that's when we're going to have our in-person tours, and that's when our client's going to be able to choose the final finishes. Now, moving along to these final stages, we're going to finalize all partnerships, all agreements. As far as strategies, we're going to implement both digital and traditional strategies, and they're all going to funnel into a professional website where they can see our property in HD, high resolution, very interactive website. But more specifically, I want to get into more traditional strategies, in this case, community engagement. We have to realize that our biggest leverage is this community. This community is full of life, outdoor living, fine arts. And one event in particular is going to be that plug day. That's when Lake Martin actually is filled up, and it happens around spring break. The main goal with these events is we want to gather sponsorships, we want to put our name out there, and we want to build our reputation in this community, because that's how we're going to drive and that's how we're going to funnel our buyers. Now it begs the question, why should these buyers really invest in us? Well, it's because we offer a lot of benefits. For example, if you go with our preferred lenders, we could offer you a credit of $12,000 mainly for landscaping. For our closing clause contribution, again with our preferred lenders, the buyer can get up to 3% off at closing. And to even add on to that, we offer a HEROES program, which offers discounts to military, teachers, fire, police, nurses, and Homeland Security, all career fields that are growing over there in Tallapoosa County. But with that being said, this concludes our presentation. We just want to thank you for this time, and we're thankful to be back at the NAHB, this time hosted in Orlando. We are open to questions. Thank you.
All right, guys, good job on the presentation. We thank you for the time that you put into it. for Chris Adler, who is watching on the live stream now, had a canceled flight. That's why he's not here. He had a couple questions for you. You mentioned I guess you're going to do some mailers, TV ads, open houses, that type thing. What is the marketing budget, advertising budget? Where's that money coming from?
I'd say the money that's coming from, that's mainly included in more of, actually, allow me to get back to you with my team on that.
Okay.
But that'd be great.
Yeah. All right. And then switching gears to the market analysis, your target buyer, you mentioned that it's going to be coming from, you know, I guess you mentioned access to Montgomery, Birmingham, Auburn, and Atlanta, but you're doing things locally. Do you project that your buyer is going to come from the local market or from one of the outside markets that you mentioned?
We believe that we could see both. When it comes to the people coming from like out of the county, they'd probably be wanting to like escape the city life or just wanting to find their forever home on a lakefront property.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job, guys. My question has to do with the financial aspect. Could you give me more detail about where you came up with your number for soft costs? What does the number consist of?
When referring to the number of the soft costs, generally that's an assumption based on previous projects and based on the local zones and the codings over there.
Okay, thank you.
Good job, guys, on the proposal. I really like the soil investigation and analysis that was done, so you know what you're dealing with in that area. And then also the home itself has got great curb appeal. It's a beautiful home from the front. I do have a question with the design from a construction management standpoint. How thorough was the planning for the bonus room with the stairs? Because I noticed on the plans it looks like each one of the floor plans shows a little different layout with the stairs as far as number of treads and the flight direction with the landings. I'm just curious if all those details have been worked out at this point.
Yes, sir, they have all been worked out. I will get back to you with more information on my team.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Good job.
Hi, guys. Nice job. I graded your schedule as well as your estimate, and I got a couple of contradicting things. The one question that I have for you guys, if you could clarify what type of foundation you'll be using. You've got some things in here for a basement foundation with your walls, and then but your rendering shows a slab foundation. Can you please clarify what type of foundation you'll be using?
Yes, for our foundation, it will be a slab across the building site that we have selected.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Hello, judges. We are Keystone Custom Homes. We are students at Pennsylvania College of Technology, and we are all in the residential construction management degree. My name is Hannah Hale. I was the project manager and estimator.
My name is Owen Brackbill. I'm the architect for this project.
My name is Nick DeReamer. I'm the scheduler and sustainable builder.
My name is Jared Wilkes, and I was a scheduler and also risk analyst.
My name is Jacob Kralheim. I am the sales and marketing coordinator for this project. For this project, we are located in Alexander City, which offers easy access to Birmingham and Montgomery via US Highway 280. Alexander City has a population of just under 15,000 residents, a median age of 43 years old, and a median income of approximately $42,000. This is not our target market. Our target market is second-time homebuyers looking for a luxurious lakefront property. Recreation is a major highlight of this area with miles of lake shoreline, a state park, and a sports complex, as well as local amenities and medical facilities just minutes away. Our competition for this home ranges between 2,000 and 5,000 square feet, with a price range between $1.6 and $2.2 million. Placing our home at a comparable value. Our company offers construction tours as well as markets to our company website. I will now hand it off to Owen for design.
For Lakeside Haven, we went with an open concept plan to maximize the abundant light coming from our large wall of sliding glass doors, as well as our open entryway in the foyer. This house has 5 bedrooms, 3.5 bathrooms, a 2-car garage, and sits at 4,162 square feet. For the exterior of our house, we've combined contemporary and transitional design ideas with an exterior with stucco for aesthetically pleasing look, as well as durability for the humid weather. We've elected to not include any exterior amenities at this time to allow for full customization for our home buyer. On the first floor, we've included a bedroom wing that consists of 2 bedrooms that are connected by a Jack and Jill bathroom. This allows for full accessibility for any handicapped guests. Next to the bedroom wing, we have a powder room for convenience for any other guests. Over at the kitchen, we have a convenient breakfast nook that sits next to a large island with bar-style seating. And next to the kitchen and the dining room, we have a coffee bar for a quick and easy morning prep. Heading to the second floor, we've prioritized the design for the owner's suite by giving them a private deck that overlooks the lake, as well as a large walk-in closet that sits next to a luxurious bathroom with a steam shower and a soaking tub. The soaking tub sits in front of a large set of windows, also overlooking the lake. Outside the owner's suite, we have a balcony-style hallway that overlooks the living room and the foyer to continue that open feel. And finally, we have 2 more bedrooms that share a full-sized hallway bathroom. I'll pass it to Nick for sustainability and scheduling.
At Keystone Custom Homes, sustainability means we're focused on how our home performs every day, starting with energy efficiency, high levels of insulation, high-quality HVAC systems, window sensors, window shading, daylight sensors, and scheduled lighting for sustainable cost savings. Energy Star and WaterSense fixtures in our kitchen, laundry, and bath, smart water sensors and alerts tied into our plumbing, a rainwater collection system used to help reduce erosion and runoff into Lake Martin. We used high-performance engineered lumber such as I-joist, pre-cut studs, LVLs. We also used recycled building materials such as composite decking. Large facing windows which allow for passive heating and daylighting. On our Lakeside Haven, we blower door tested our home and installed a fresh air ventilation system. We annually conducted air quality tests in our home to make sure our home has low VOCs and finishes. On Lot 40, we focused on minimizing disruptions, preserving open space, and natural shading lighting for comfort. Finally, our homeowners receive a custom home manual, a home orientation, and a customer care package that provides information, documentation, and items to help them better understand their home. Our project schedule for our Lakeside Haven begins on February 1st of 2026 with design, permit, and contract finalization. Official construction begins on March 30th, 2026. The first major milestone is our pre-drywall inspection on July 20th, 2026. This allows all utilities to be inspected before finishes are installed. By January 13th of 2027, the home enters its finishes stage and initial punch list. Final adjustments and quality checks are completed at this point. The project concludes with completion and homeowner turnover on February 18th of 2027. Now I'll pass it to Jared for construction management.
Thank you, Nick. The selection of suitable trade partners required us to pick partners associated with the Home Builders Association in Tallapoosa County. Trade partners associated with the local Home Builders Association offer great trade expertise, work efficiency, and reliability. This is important because we want to maintain a high standard while building this luxury home. The project manager and superintendent will make sure the project maintains a high standard while building and also meets its deadlines. A duty of the superintendent will be to make sure the site is safe. They will do this by, throughout the working day, conduct multiple site safety walks. The logistics of our site. The logistics of our site allowed only one passage into and out of the house. This resulted in a long, winding driveway, which provides privacy and also is cost efficient because it follows a flat path to and from the home. The driveway will consist of 2B gravel during construction and will serve as a sub-base for the finished driveway. The material laydown areas and also the dumpster are also located on flat parts of our site. Around the perimeter of the home, there will be silt fence to prevent any runoff from going into the lake. Project estimate. This chart shows a simplified view of our estimates for the project. Our proposal offers a more detailed breakdown of our project. The total cost of the project came out to $1.74 million. Now I'll hand it off to Hannah for the cost breakdown.
We did a financial overview of our material costs and came up with about $460,000 in materials. We also added a $60,000 contingency, which is about 4%. We also have the land acquisition costs of $350. We brought that down to $200 with our 10% equity stake. That brings us to $1.4 million. We did a cost analysis of the homes in the area, and as you can see, we're a little bit on the higher end, but we believe that with our proactive marketing and our reputation in the area, we can sell. We decided to go with private investors for a $1.5 million loan with a guaranteed return on investment of 10%. We also have a $30,000 marketing expense, which brings us to $1.6 million in total costs. We plan on selling for $2 million, which gives us a $350,000 profit, which is 17.5%, or $480 per square foot. We also did a cost analysis of construction variances. If we have a construction cost that increases by 15%, our profit margins actually will decrease to about 14.7%, which is still pretty good. And we also have a table that shows the different prices and profit margins related to them. We plan on starting marketing high at $2.3 million and adjusting depending on the interest. Our last resort would be $1.7 million, which would only give us a 2.9% market or profit margin, and it would still guarantee the investors their 10% ROI.
We wanted to thank the judges for their time, the West Branch Susquehanna Builders Association, the National Housing Endowment, and then also the National Association of Home Builders. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Good presentation. My first question is marketing related from Chris Adler. So the question he had is, how do you plan on marketing outside of Alexander City?
So we have reputations. Our company has reputations in different states, so we also use our social media pages to advertise our homes to customers.
Okay, thank you. And the next one has to do with risk and financial. The build time is a bit long for this project, which definitely adds cost. Which ways could you potentially shorten that build-out time, as you mentioned, as a construction risk for time?
Can you repeat that, please?
Yeah, just your build-out time is a little bit long compared to what this type of house should take at 482 days, and that also is a risk, and which adds more to your profitability and stuff like that. In what ways could you potentially shorten that time to build out?
We could probably take out we have about, I think, an extra month built into our schedule for any rainy days and anything that that is unforeseen. We could probably take that down depending on how our house does, or how the building process does.
Okay, thank you.
Good job, guys, on the proposal. There was two things that stuck out to me that I wanted to point out to y'all that I thought were good. One was thinking of a concrete washout area. You did list that. I would consider adding that to my storm protection plan, showing the location of it. And then the other thing I thought was really good was in your closeout documents, providing the homeowner with a homeowner care manual that lists their products and how to maintain them. Both of those are real good. As far as questions on the stormwater protection, are you relying totally on silt fence to control runoff, or do you intend to include other measures to help with that?
The silt fence will be our first line of defense, but we also will have a silt sock. So in the event that the silt fence fails, we'll also have a silt sock as a secondary.
Okay, thank you. Good job.
Hey guys, nice presentation. Looking at your estimate, you have a total labor price, and there's not much in there. It just has a labor total. What is included in that labor total?
Included in our label total is also like the superintendent's project manager and all of the foremen and everyone below us.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, guys. My part was market analysis and study. You guys, you mentioned that your house is on the higher side. Just could you walk me with some specifics? Walk me through how y'all came up with determining the square footage, the bedrooms, that kind of thing.
So after analyzing a lot of the other houses, I noticed that there weren't a handful with the 4 and 5 bedrooms. And I know that building less rooms means usually a cheaper house. So with our high side, we include 2 more bedrooms to allow for not only a single family to stay, whether you have family, friends. So this just allows more of a vacation feel when you bring 2 families together. So I thought a 5-bedroom house would sell a little bit better than a 3-bedroom house.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, guys.
Good afternoon. We are Teton Signature Custom Homes, and we're excited to present Miners Retreat, a high-income investment opportunity on the Lake Martin shoreline. At Teton, we've built our business on the firm foundation of transparency and craftsmanship. Our plan is to turn an undeveloped lot into a $2.3 million asset. To accomplish this, we've assembled a team that brings years of construction management experience to the table. We've spent decades in this industry learning how to mitigate the challenges associated with construction. This experience allows us to maintain quality, transparency, and craftsmanship while staying on schedule. When we say we're going to deliver, we have the track record to back it up. Now, to talk a little bit about Lake Martin. Lake Martin has become a massive recreation destination for those looking for a day on the lake and a break from the city. Additionally, as we were analyzing the market, we found that many of the homes right on the shoreline are second or even third homes. For this reason, as we were developing our buyer profile, we narrowed it down to affluent professionals coming from nearby cities like Birmingham, Atlanta, and Montgomery. When you compare our home to other homes on the market on a price per square foot basis, we sit very comfortably at $401 a square foot, but what sets us apart is the amenities. We've included very specific things that buyers in our profile look for, things like a boat dock and a golf simulator. This ensures that when buyers are looking at listings, we end up at the top of their list.
As we designed Miners Retreat, we took several things into consideration. Choosing the lot that we wanted to produce was our first concern, as we desired a project that was going to blend with and enhance its natural environment. Because of this, we chose lot number 35. Its best features are that it has private funnel-like shape, a unique topography, and wide shoreline access. Land and scenery like this deserves to be preserved. We're dedicated to this by seeking to achieve National Green Building Standard Gold Level certification. Miners Retreat is a luxury escape to nature. It features a walkout basement that allows us to take full advantage of the beautiful views that Lake Martin provides, as well as invites natural light into the home. The floor plan is flexible to accommodate for all that life has to offer. It's a place to gather and connect for various recreation in the home, outside, and on the lake, while also providing private spaces for various recreation, for relaxation or catching up on emails that still manage to find you out of office.
Relaxation and seclusion do come at a cost. We've accounted for these factors and are confident we can complete the project within the $1.75 million loan amount, maximizing your investment. The loan is structured to cover direct cost, material, labor, and the cost of the lot. Indirect cost, management fees, permitting, and insurance, and the origination fee at the beginning of the project, along with all the interest accrued throughout the duration. Interest will be treated as a planned project cost, accounted for at the beginning of the project, rather than an afterthought. The funds won't all be deployed at once. Instead, they'll follow a structured draw schedule, with each draw being tied to a completed construction milestone. As each draw is issued, interest begins to accrue on the portion of the loan that has been funded at that stage in the progress. This ensures adequate cash flow to support trade partners, field operations, and material procurement, keeping financing activities aligned with actual construction progress. This project will be tracked through major construction milestones, including permitting, site work, footing and foundation, framing, rough-ins, interior and exterior finishes, and the final certificate of occupancy.
Our construction management plan ensures that Miners Retreat will hit the market on schedule and on budget. One of the first things that we'll address is the permitting. Due to the unique nature of this project, we've accounted for special permits such as stormwater, waterfront, and septic, amongst others. By tackling these early, we'll ensure that the project starts on time. As far as inspections, we've decided to conduct regular in-house pre-inspections. By doing so, we'll be able to avoid any costly schedule delays or failed inspections. To keep the project flowing smoothly, we've crafted a strong safety and site logistics plan. We plan to operate this job site with the same safety standards as a commercial job site. Per the contract, all trade partners will adhere to all OSHA safety regulations and standards. Our goal is a zero-incident job site. As far as the site logistics plan, we've clearly mapped out material delivery zones, waste removal, and SWIP requirements. We'll also be hosting or conducting regular site inspections of silt fence, wattles, gravel, and other and other SWIP requirements, all to avoid any fines or delays. As far as trade partners, we've chosen to partner with local and well-renowned trade partners, and we'll be conducting regular pre- and post-install meetings. These meetings will cover topics such as safety, scheduling, installation practices, and quality assurance. By doing so, we'll be able to avoid any contention, confusion, costly delays, or rework. To manage these relationships as a whole, we'll be using the software Builder Trend, which will allow us to manage construction documents, change orders, schedules, and trade partner relationships all in one centralized location. This overall approach ensures a high-quality product.
The real estate market near Lake Martin follows strong seasonal trends. Because of this, we plan to lean into this by listing Miners Retreat in February, allowing it to gain traction before the prime buying season, which is April through June. In addition to this, and during construction, we will use curated ads on Facebook and Instagram to market the home and build a network of potential buyers before we list it. We will also be partnering with John Coley, a Lake Martin realtor, who will promote the home locally and host an open house and conduct house tours when the home is completed. We will also be featuring Miners Retreat in the 2027 Parade of Homes. A unique aspect of our sales strategy is that after Miners Retreat has sold, we will stay connected with our network of interested buyers through social media and an email campaign. This will allow us to network to forecast future residential investments and establish a sustainable relationship with Teton Signature and your investment group.
To ensure a well-developed relationship as new partners, I'll break down the following costs and profitability of Miners Retreat. Our selling price for Miners Retreat will be $2.35 million. The reason we came up with this number was based off of a realistic buyer's loan-to-value ratio. We base our number off of our loan request of $1.75 million. According to our research, LTVs usually settle around 75% within the market. That will put us right at level market asking price for similar properties within the area. Additionally, we have broken down our costs to illustrate where those funds will be allocated to within the project. Selling Miners Retreat at asking price of $2.35 million will yield a total profit split of $607,000. That profit will be split between you, the investors, and us, Teton Signature, with a profit split favoring you, the investors, at just over 14% or over $340,000, and yielding us, Teton Signature, an 11% profit split or just over $260,000. Lastly, in the case of a slow market, a market downturn, or extended time on the market, our team has accounted for these often unforeseen circumstances. First, we will ensure to target cash buyers as 41% of the homes sold in the Lake Martin area are bought with cash. And we will offer a seller's concession of covering those closing costs in order to push the home through the market. Additionally, we will offer an interest buy-down rate for the first year at 1%. That way we can help move the home as well. Lastly, we will offer buyers with a rent-to-own option with a buyer's incentive of a 1% reduction rate on their interest if that home is closed on as of December 31st, 2027. With these strategies in place, we can ensure that we can effectively and efficiently exit the market in any case of downturn. We're looking forward to this relationship as new partners, and we open up the floor for any questions you may have regarding Miners Retreat. Thank you.
Really good job, guys, on the proposal, specifically the site plan. That's probably one of the better ones I've seen in the proposal, so good job on that. In relation to that, I do have a question. The lot 35A, I believe it is, where the drain field goes, what is the intent for crossing Sturtevant Road? What's the means and methods for that with that sewer?
So, as we were looking through the materials and those existing site plans, we did notice that there were pre-installed sleeves under the road. And so in our estimate, we've included pumps and piping to ensure that we can effectively get all our waste up over to our drain field. So.
Okay, good job. Thank you.
Hi, guys. Nice presentation. I did notice that you guys added a 2% warranty fee into your cost. Number one, good job for doing that. That's a very nice incentive for a future buyer. What are you guys going to cover in that 2% warranty fee?
In that warranty fee, we're going to include anything that, like, any mechanical system that might break down. We want to make sure that we can have the buyers understand that we're not just selling them a home and leaving them last-ditch effort. We want to make sure that they know that they're going to get a quality home, so that way we can increase not only our outreach with our warranties to make sure that people want to come and purchase our homes to create a lasting impact on the community, but additionally we want to make sure that anything that does go wrong, that we can make sure that we can fix and account for that within the budget. That way buyers can have kind of that peace of mind, because that's priceless, especially in this industry. And we want to make sure that we can do that and offer that as somewhat of a upgrade or incentive to make sure that they prefer our house over another home that might not have a warranty within it.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, guys. I was over the market analysis side of it. One thing that I didn't see was much data on the competition. Who are the competing homes, or what's the competition look like in this area for this home?
So, Sheree, if you mind going back to this slide with the 3 homes. So we did take a look at comparable prices when it came to competition, similar homes with the beds and baths that we were looking for. We also looked at recent listings, listing data, and especially a neighbor who is, unless I'm incorrect, they're still on the market trying to sell. I think they've come down drastically in their price. And so we took a look at local competition and the wider shoreline to come up with our eventual price. We decided that because of the closing shoreline, more and more homes are being built there, it would attract buyers of a higher, let's see, what's that word? Affluence. So that is, to answer your question, that was our process of looking at other market buyers. We also looked at the GIS data on each home and things like that. So.
Okay. Switching to that question that Chris Adler had, who's not able to be here today, but he'll be here tomorrow. One of the things that he noted in his section was this house is kind of unique with all of the bedrooms being, well, the accessory bedrooms, I guess, being all on the basement level. Tell me to walk through on that. How'd y'all come up with that decision to put all the bedrooms, bedrooms 2, 3, and 4, I think it is, on that basement level?
As we were kind of imagining the people that would be living in this home, we know that our market was kind of older folks that were maybe looking for a second home or a vacation home. So we imagined families, extended families gathering for recreation and activities, and then as well as like friends of those families coming. So I guess our main target was the owner, the people that were going to be staying in the master bedroom and enjoying that suite. So we wanted to really kind of emphasize that and then accessorize so that they could invite people. It was more of a home than a place that was going to just be people in and out all the time.
All right, thanks.
Great presentation, guys. Mine is on the financial risk analysis side of things. How long will the house sit on the market at a reduced price before it's listed as a rent-to-own option?
That's a great question. We want to really take advantage of the seasonal market. So we're going to wait until that seasonal market window passes until we do drop that price. Realistically, we would rather focus on our other exit strategies, preferably either the interest rate buy down before we drop our price, so that way we don't lose profits between you and us. We would still maintain about a 24% profit rate if we do drop the price, but we want to be able to maximize those profits, so we would rather use the buy down, because that is within the budget for us to be able to spend that money, so that way we don't have to cut profits. But to answer your question, we'll wait till the end of that that seasonal window.
Okay, thank you. Good job, guys. Guys, you'll have 10 minutes to present. At the 2-minute warning, I'll put 2 in there, just give you time update whenever you're ready. Good luck.
Good afternoon. We are Clemson Creative Contractors, here to tell you about our 4,400 square foot, 4-bed, 5-bath home, the Coadra Woods Retreat. To introduce ourselves, my name is Thomas Dantzler.
I'm Solomon Stellenbarger.
I'm Avery Noon.
I'm Noah Ainsworth. I'm John Murray.
I'm Oscar Hernandez.
Our home is located within the Miners Cove development in Alexander City. This is on Lake Martin in Tallapoosa County, Alabama. Since it is just within city limits, Alexander City, we have access to city services as well as schools. This area provides a very relaxed waterfront lifestyle with several local amenities in the area still. As you can see, we're just 9.6 miles from Main Street, Alexander City, which provides retail spaces as well as restaurants. We'll be targeting some larger areas for our buyers. Birmingham, Montgomery, and Atlanta all have much higher populations, with Birmingham and Montgomery coming in over 200,000 and Atlanta at 520,000. As you can see, we have the top 5% of household income earners. This will be around the area we are targeting as far as income. It is possible for us to find our buyer in Alexander City, but the population is quite low, so we're not expecting it. So our buyer persona, we're looking for ages 45 to 65. This makes up 22% in all 3 areas, Birmingham, Montgomery, and Alexander City, as well as 22% in Atlanta and 25% in Alabama as a whole. This, we're looking for families that are looking to move up in their home or possibly retiring.
We made a small list of our local competitors in the area. We chose 3 homes that have similar attributes to ours. They're all built within the last 5 years. The average cost is, asking price is $2.2 million, and then an average square footage of 3,400. Compared to our home's asking price is $2.25 million with a square footage of over 4,000. For our sales and marketing strategy, we're really looking to collaborate with the local real estate agency to help promote our home, get our name out in the area, and then we're also looking to use the company website to help other people to come and look at it and be able to see the update progress, any walkthroughs, virtual walkthroughs that we provide on the site. We'll also be using social media through means of Instagram, Facebook, TikTok.
That being said, our team is highly experienced in custom home building in the state of Alabama, and we have fostered strong relationships with local subcontractors, vendors, and as well as having our own in-house architects. On the screen here, you could see a simplified version of our company's organizational structure. And I would like to highlight first the sales and media manager, who will be overseeing all of the marketing and social media posts for this project, as well as the project manager, who will be on site every day and ensuring a smooth construction process. All of our project managers are OSHA 30 certified, and they're well versed in the construction management software Buildertrend, which is what we will be using for this project. We have opted to purchase and build on lot 35 in the Miners Cove development. We have chosen this lot due to its prime location on Sturtevant Drive and its extensive 310 feet of waterfront views. Its positioning in the main part of the cove provides extra privacy to the residents, as well as maximizing its views. And on screen on the left, you could see that it's a pretty nice view. In terms of job site logistics, I would like to highlight the SWIP plan first. We will be implementing a silt fence all the way around the perimeter of the job site and a double silt fence along the lakefront. And these silt fences will be inspected weekly with a track-out control mat at the entrance to the job site. And in terms of safety, as I mentioned before, our project managers are all OSHA 30 certified, and they will be providing job site orientation meetings for every new sub's first day on site.
Our design focuses on emphasizing the natural beauty of the site and connecting to the outdoors. From the moment you step through the front door, you have a direct view through the house of the lake outside. The home contains 4 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms, and 3 porch spaces. All 3 levels are arranged around and connected by a central staircase with an embedded elevator. The ground floor is an open layout floor plan that combines functionality and comfort. It connects to the site with large lake-facing windows as well as an outdoor dining area. The upper level hosts the primary suite with a spacious bathroom, dual closets, and a private balcony. On the basement level, there's 2 additional bedrooms, flexible space, and an outdoor living area that provides direct access to the backyard.
When it came to sustainability, we wanted our owner to have a home that was both comfortable and energy efficient. So we created a plan to get ICC 700 National Green Building Standard Gold certified. We have a full spreadsheet in our proposal with some big ticket items, our water sense fixtures, Energy Star appliances, natural or local vegetation and plants, and some of the materials on the screens you see here. We're partnered with Keen Living out of Fairhope, Alabama to get this certification.
This is our estimate overview. Our all-in build cost is coming in right over $1.6 million, with our total construction cost being right under $1.02 million. Soft cost $127,000. We also have a lot price of $410,000 and built-in contingencies. As you see on the right side, thermal and moisture and wood are our 2 largest scopes, going hand in hand in our energy efficient and airtight building envelope. We have also partnered with trusted brands to ensure long-term durability of products used on the house. This is our financial overview. Our asking price will be $2.25 million, and our capital structure is builder-friendly. We are seeking an investor to fund $410,000 of the lot acquisition, and we will secure the construction loan on the vertical cost. We also planned for some soft costs, so we make profit still. This is our profit breakdown. We're targeting a 38% gross margin with a net profit right under $340,000. Our investor will receive a preferred of $32,000, and they will also split the remaining percentages, 40% and 60% for the builder. So the final totals are $185,000 for the builder and $155,000 for the investor. This is our draw schedule. It goes with our large construction milestones to make sure our interest secured is minimized, as well as the project moves fluidly. We conducted a sensitivity analysis to see market fluctuations and to see our net profit and profit margins. If you look on the screen, you can see 10% increase in materials and labor is our biggest loss, but we're still profiting $230,000. But there is upside. If we raise the price to $250,000, we are profiting a roughly 17% margin. We also did a risk matrix. We went through and figured out some risks that could be likely, the likelihood of them, and we came up with mitigation plans for each of those risks.
When it comes to our schedule, our estimated time frame is a total of 268 days, with weather and construction delays being 40. And the estimated start time is March 12th, 2026, and ending on Friday, March 4th, 2026, and ending on Friday, March 12th, 2027. Long-term lead items include LP smart siding, Bravo roof tiles, appliances, countertops, MEP systems, and etc. Thank you. Any questions?
Hi guys, nice presentation. I graded your schedule and your estimate, and the one thing that I did see in your estimate, but not on your schedule, is the elevator. When do you guys plan on installing that?
So we have the framing done for that. Could you go back to the schedule? It would be framing, so the over-beef system of the, so it would be before the finished stairs go in. I'll just put it at that.
Sounds good.
All right, guys, thank you very much. Appreciate the time you put into this. One of the questions that I had was on sustainability. You guys were pretty involved compared to most. And what in the market analysis or in your study of the market made you decide to go a little heavier than some of the other teams?
Since we are on the lake, and it's kind of we were thinking, lake lifestyle, very nature around it. We wanted something, one, the habitat looked nice, and we wanted the home to be very energy efficient. So we want this to be someone's forever home. And we want someone, when they're walking around, we were just thinking, we want them to spend the money and be happy and think back and look like, my home's energy efficient. I feel good about what it does for the environment as well as my comfortability.
All right, thank you.
All right, great job, guys. My first question comes from the sales and marketing aspect, which was from Chris Adler, who's not here today. He just wanted to give more thought process on not giving a more detailed exterior rendering, as that is kind of what sells the house on the lake. And what are your size of your decks? Are they covered, anything like that? Because it didn't really show a bunch in the back.
Yeah, I think that the exterior rendering, it could kind of be, we left that a little bit more vague just so that the buyer of the home can more interpret that how they want it to look, and it's more of the conceptual design in that part. And for the deck, that would be, you know, on the lake, and that would be accessible from the basement floor. That the outdoor living area provides access to all that.
Okay, thank you. The next one is about financial and risk. What methods would you use to source your trades in the event your reliant subcontractors let you down and don't show up?
We would probably go through the Home Builders Association or network with other local custom builders in the area just to see vetted subcontractors in the area.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, good job, guys, on the sustainability, the breakdown, and the information that went along with that, and the green building evaluations. That was a good inclusion. As far as questions, I didn't see a lot on how you were going to manage the municipal inspections. Can you kind of walk me through on how you intend to manage the inspections that required milestones?
Yes, sir. I believe we have a project manager on site full time, so he would be keeping track of those. We did not go extensively into that, but it would be part of our project manager's job.
Okay, thank you. Good job.
Thank you, guys. Good afternoon, guys. You have 10 minutes to present. I'll give you a 2-minute warning when time's getting close. Whenever you're ready to get started, good luck.
Good afternoon. We're Southern Tide Construction. I'm Michaela Martin, Project Executive.
I'm Reed Hodges. I'm lead design. Jaden LeBlanc, logistics specialist.
Tanner Owens, construction management.
Madeline Klager, financial analyst.
I'm Brady Jones, project manager.
Based out of Auburn, Alabama, Southern Tide specializes in lakefront properties that are both deeply sophisticated and personal. When we're looking at our executive summary, we're building a 4,635 square foot home that's 5 beds, 5.5 baths, located on Lot 40 in Phase 3 of Miners Cove. For this, we're going to ask for a $1.3 million loan, asking $2.15 million for our home with $463 per square foot, making our profit margin about 16 to 17%. Looking at the neighborhood, it's located in Tallapoosa County, which is centrally located to Alexander City, with southern charm, urban conveniences, and lots of lakeside amenities. The median population is around 55 years old, with the median household income being around $60,000 and the average property value being around $145,000. Noting that the residents of Tallapoosa County are not necessarily our market buyers, but rather those in larger cities with higher income, such as Auburn, Montgomery, Birmingham, and Atlanta. On our site visits actually to Lot 40, we noted that there has only been one builder in Phase 3 of Miners Cove, and with that, something that differentiates us is our logistics specialist, our in-house realtor, and our basement. Now on to Reed for design.
Thank you, Michaela. So first, we're going to be taking a look at our floor plans here. On our first floor, the entrance of our house comes in from the driveway on the north side. You enter into our open concept living and kitchen area, which also opens up directly into our balcony that looks over Lake Martin. On the right side of our first floor plan, we had a smaller bedroom and bathroom, as well as a master bedroom and bathroom. Heading upstairs to our second floor plan, we had a smaller bedroom and bathroom, as well as our guest suite, which is larger. Moving all the way down to our basement, we have a bunk room that sleeps 6, as well as a full bathroom and an entertainment area. Moving on to our fly-through, coming up our long driveway, we have our 3-car garage, as well as our front porch, with landscaping that is native to the central Alabama area. Heading into our house, we have our living and kitchen area with our full luxury kitchen, which has a large island, granite countertops, sub-zero appliances, and custom-built cabinets. Moving on to our bedrooms, we have our master bedroom, which has a very spacious bathroom. We have double vanity, a shower and a bath, as well as high-end Kohler fixtures. Now we'll move back up to the second floor of the house. We have a 3-story staircase with 2 large windows that span the first and the second floor. On our second floor, we have a balcony that overlooks the living area of our first floor, our large guest suite, as you can see here. It's perfect for a lot of guests or having friends over for the weekend. Moving back down to our basement, all 3 stories of our house have hardwood floors, low-E windows, plenty of natural light, and lake views. Our basement has the bunk room that we spoke about earlier a little, as well as our large entertainment area with a pool table and a full bar and plenty of space for hosting people. As we move outside, we move to our large patio. It has plenty of space, plenty of patio furniture, as well as a high-end commercial-grade outdoor kitchen that you see here with sub-zero appliances. The outdoor area is seamlessly connected between our bottom floor patio as well as our first floor balcony. That also connects perfectly to our pile-driven dock with 2 boat slips. It's covered, and it also has an uncovered section that you can see here, which is perfect for sunbathing and other outdoor activities. Now on to Jaden.
Thank you, Reed. For the Magnolia Ridge residents, we will be implementing locally sourced and environmental building materials. For the exterior of the home, we will have hardy plank lap siding, Solaris shingles for the roof. We'll have low energy, low E windows, And then we will also have a smart irrigation system in our vegetation. For the interior of the home, we have incorporated reclaimed timber, 2 tankless water heaters, and also Energy Star certified appliances and LED lighting. For the paint of the house, it will be 0 VOC paint for the interior and the exterior of the home, and that will incorporate into the HOA's regulations and rules of using natural tones. Moving into the design and the orientation of our house, we have properly oriented our house just so that we can take advantage of the natural sun paths. This will be incorporated with overhangs and windows properly spaced so that during the winter times we can welcome warm natural lighting into our home, but also block the harsh sun rays. Additionally, we'll have natural Alabama vegetation on the east and west facades of our home to block out harsh sun rays in the early and the morning times. Now moving into our project management, we have our drainage and site plan. As a team, we make sure that logistics and safety is a high priority for us during this project, and that will move into our stormwater management plan due to the close proximity to the lake and the steep topography of the lot that we visited. This will include our drainage plan and the drainage ditches that allow water and sediment to run away from the construction zone that we'll have. We'll also have a silt fence in our site plan is highlighted in red around the perimeter, and then we'll also have a washout station at the end of the driveway, an on-site dumpster, and on-site parking to keep the cleanliness and tidiness of the project site in order for our own regulations in our company, but also the HOA's regulations to keep the neighborhood clean. And I'll be passing off to Tanner to talk more about project management.
So the key 3 things we're going to focus on for project management is safety, whether that be daily PPE checks, emergency response plans, quality control is the second one, plan reviews, milestone inspections, and then communication. The most important on a job site, everyone needs to communicate, keep the project flowing. To help with this, we will be using Procore for our scheduling platform, material log, and procurement plan. This will help with our 13.5-month guarantee. Now to the schedule, 387 calendar days with 40 weather days built in to the schedule, 12.5 months. And as you can see, there are multiple trades that are overlapping and starting, helping to make sure this job flows and never becomes stagnant. Now on to Madeline.
Thank you, Tanner. Moving on to the project cost. We are sitting at $1.75 for our project total cost, including the lot. We purchased the lot upfront as equity for $400,000, which contributes roughly 23% equity. We are working with a construction to permanent loan and currently sitting at $325 per square foot for construction costs. Now moving on to our draw schedule. We are working with an 8-draw schedule where we pay interest only on what has been drawn so far throughout construction. We are planning to pay $34,500 of interest throughout the project. Our projected sale price is $2.15 million with $293,000 in profit. This leaves us with a 16 to 17% return on investment. Now moving on to risk and risk mitigation. Our company works hard to make sure we can mitigate any risk before it happens, before we start construction. To do this, we've looked at everything from market to cost to schedule to financing and countless other risks. By doing this, we ensure that in different scenarios, our projects will still remain viable. Now passing it off to Brady with marketing.
Thank you. Going off what Madeline said, just to drive these numbers in, we're looking at a total construction cost of $1.315 million, a lot cost of $400,000, and a total all-in construction and land cost of $1.715. Over here on the right, I have our hard cost and soft cost diagram. Our hard costs, we're looking at 1.259, sitting right about 73.4%. Our soft costs right around $56,000, that is 3.3%, and the remainder would be our lot at $400,000 at 23.3%. Going into marketing, we have a few different ideas that we want to use. We'll do pre-sale marketing and active sale marketing. We will use our very active website and Instagram, as well as Zillow, Redfin. We will have our drone fly-throughs. We will print a bunch of different papers to hand out, maybe at a country club to find our buyer. That might be where he is. And here at Southern Tide, we also pride ourselves on our in-house pros. We have an in-house realtor, as well as a sustainability consultant. That makes us not have to go too far and stay within our company to sell this house. Our goal at the end of the day is to maximize visibility, generate 40-plus qualified leads, and sell this house in 30 days. Thank you.
Again, we are Southern Tide Construction. Thank you. We'll now open up for questions.
All right. Great plan, great presentation here, guys, for a first-year presenting group. That's awesome. Good job. My area was market analysis. Tell me, I guess, really, I saw your comps for the square footage, and tell me the process of how you came up with the square footage of the house. You know, why did you decide to build in this range and the size?
I think our buyer is a luxury buyer, and so we really aim to have all the luxury amenities and all the things the buyer would be looking for. I mean, a lot of that was area to entertain people and for guests to stay. We knew that this would be a secondary home probably, and that buyer would have a lot of people come over. You know, if they're from Auburn or a city nearby, they'd probably bring their friends or family with them. So we want to have plenty of space for them to stay, but also have the luxury amenities that they would want in a luxury home.
Gotcha. That leads me to Chris's question, who's watching on a live stream since his plane got canceled last night. But can you define, I guess, the high income luxury buyer for me?
Yeah, so we're focusing on the Atlanta area, Auburn area, with maybe Auburn investors whose kids go to Auburn. It's about a 30-minute drive, so the travel is not that bad to have the convenience of seeing your child. So Auburn investors, Atlanta, Birmingham, of a second home vacation buyer who just wants to travel to the lake, of that convenience also.
Good job. I built for one of those in this neighborhood. So, all right.
Great presentation, guys. Really good energy there. So what is your net profit margin expected to be? I didn't see that anywhere.
Right now, our return on investment is 16 to 17%, and I have to double check the exact number, but I know we're not far off with our net profit margin.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, really good job on the presentation, guys. You couldn't tell that this was your first time around, so good job. Really good proposal. If anything, I would have included a little more data on the sustainability, but other than that, really good job. And I like the solar heating study that you did showing the effects on the home. My question would be, did you see the need or consider the use of a concrete pump or crane during the course of construction? And if so, what planning have you done for the staging of that?
So we know that the roads are very small and very hard to get around in that neighborhood, so we've properly adjusted for this, kind of buffering with our weather days. We have a little bit of extra time buffered in for each segment of construction if something like this were to come up. And like they were speaking on earlier, having multiple trades at one time, this can be adjusted if we do have an issue with the pump or a crane and they need just to clear out the rest of the site so that they have room to get in, because again, small roads, hard to get big pumps and cranes and things in. So we have, I think our extra buffer days would probably be the best thing that we could use to adjust for these.
Okay, thank you again. Good job.
Hi guys, nice presentation. I graded your schedule as well as your estimate, but the one question that I do have on your schedule, you have several question marks. Are those your budget days, or what exactly are those question marks in your schedule?
No, ma'am, that was not done by me, the scheduler. That was Microsoft Project telling me that because I added in the weather days for when I thought it would be impacted, it, for some reason, could not comprehend that I was just adding extra days, and that's not why it was doing that, if that makes sense. So that has nothing to do. I tried to block it out, tried to tell Microsoft Project, take it out, but because I added on the 40 weather days and I had to span them out over so many subs, it would not see that the question mark was not needed, if that makes sense.
Gotcha, yeah.
All right, that's it.
Great job.
Good job, guys. Top-notch, man. That was good. Very good job. Very good job, guys. Hey, kudos. Great job. Yeah. Now you can enjoy the rest of the show. Breathe a little bit.
Class, you'll have 10 minutes to present. I'll give you 2 fingers up for 2 minutes left in your presentation. Whenever you're ready, you can start. Good luck to you.
Good evening, everybody. We are Blue Shore Builders. We are very excited to present the Blue Haven Estate. My name is Enes Martinez, and I'll be giving you a quick project overview. The Blue Haven Estate is a 3-story custom home that spans approximately 4,000 square feet of livable space. This beautiful house sits on a 1-acre lot, lot number 34, which is part of the Miners Cove community in Alabama. We have an anticipated cost of $1.5 million, which goes over construction and the land acquisition. We will be financing 80% of that cost through a 7% APR spec loan. With that, we have a 12-month duration, which spans a pre-construction and construction, and with all that, we have an approximate selling price of $2 million. I would love to pass it on to Adrian, who will go over the market analysis.
Thanks, Enes. Our project is located between Alexander City and Dadeville, Alabama, within Miners Cove Phase 3 community. The Lake Martin area shows moderate ethnic diversity and represents a well and established community that still attracts full-time residents and second home buyers. Within Lake Martin, Phase 3 of Miners Cove is a premium place because of larger lot sizes and expanded water frontage. Looking into the homes, recent comparable sales show a strong and competitive market, with homes ranging between $1.6 and $1.7 million and square footage ranging between 32 and 3,700 square feet. These homes typically have 4 to 5 bedrooms and about 5 bathrooms, which align with buyer expectations so they can accommodate for both family and guests. Days on the market range from 60 to 175 days, showing a more deliberate purchasing process, which is common in luxury and second home markets. Based on this information, we decided to push the market further, with our design exceeding 4,000 square feet and a targeted sales price of $2 million. With this, we are intentionally positioning ourselves above the existing comparable. With this in mind, our target buyers are affluent professionals and business owners with strong discretionary income. These are buyers with enough money to invest in a lakefront home. These buyers are looking for retreat property or second residence, drawn to Lake Martin for its privacy, natural setting, and accessibility as a weekend or seasonal destination. Thanks, I'll hand it off to TJ.
Thank you, Adrian. We chose Lot 34 because it offers the best overall balance of value, privacy, and design flexibility. From a cost standpoint, this lot has a strong cost per square foot for a 1-acre lakefront property. This allows for more of the budget to go towards the home itself rather than the land. The lot sits on a secluded corner of the shoreline, which means increased privacy and decreased water traffic. We also found the width of the lot to be a valuable asset in our design process. With 223 linear feet of lake frontage and favorable setbacks, this lot delivers excellent views while maintaining the privacy we needed. This makes it the best fit for our design goals. Now I'll move over to our estimate. Our estimated cost is around $364 per square foot, with our total construction cost coming just around $1.14 million. This includes our contingency allowance for any unforeseen site conditions or expenses that may arise during the construction process. When you combine this total with the lot price, you get our total project cost of just around $1.5 million. You also may notice several unique pay items on our estimate that are not typical for most construction process, such as the seawall that we completed by SiteMix and the boat dock we have partnered with Lakescape to construct. With these things in mind, I'll now pass it over to Clarissa to walk you through our project schedule.
Thank you, TJ. Our project duration is a total of 12 months. This consists of 3 primary phases, starting with pre-con that starts in December of 2025 and goes until April 8th of 2026. This phase includes procurement, design, and permitting. Next, we go into construction, which starts with site mobilization. This includes our tree preservation. Over 7 months, we go through foundation, framing, and finishes, and we've slated marine construction for late autumn, which consists of our dock and our seawall. We then go into our closeout, which ensures all details and inspections are completed before December 8th of 2026. Moving into our floor layout, we have over 4,000 square feet of thoughtful living space. The primary floor, or the main floor, has 12,000 square feet of thoughtful living space. This includes a 340 square foot primary suite and an open concept kitchen. Upstairs, the 800 square foot second floor offers 2 bedrooms connected by a hallway that overlook the living area below.
In the basement, our 12,000 square foot layout offers a massive family room and 2 flexible rooms open directly onto our patio. Our exterior designs are designed to be clean, modern, and naturally connected to its surroundings. The white vertical siding is simple and refined. The black metal roof adds contrast and depth. On the interiors, we've added neutral tones to make everything clean and bright. We've added green and brown tones throughout the home as well to keep everything relaxed. Our bamboo flooring adds natural textures while keeping everything sustainable. And I will now pass it to Gabe to go into construction management.
Thanks, Clarissa. For our permits, once their design is approved by the HOA and the Architecture Review Committee, all required permits are obtained through Alexander City's licensing portal. For inspections, our superintendent checks everything before we notify the city. We work with our trade partners to schedule inspections 48 hours before. Our site logistics, you can see the red line is our parking, clear access for the trades to arrive and deliveries. Under that is the laydown yard, which is on our graded gravel driveway. And next to that is our restrooms and dumpsters, which we placed it close to the house so it's easier for the trades to either throw out or go to use the restrooms. For our trade partners, everything is managed through Procore. All of our bids, RFIs, submittals, photos, and more are located there. We also chose these because they are the most qualified and consistent subcontractors in the area. Now taking a deeper dive into our marketing. We are partnering with Aronov Realty, a respected firm out in the area. Our executive realtor will be Virginia Pettis, who brings 30 years of experience selling lakefront houses. To support her, we stay active on our digital platforms, advertising the home to out-of-state or local buyers that want either a second-term home or a long-term home. This helps promote the house. This helps sell the house before it's even finished. Now, Yasmin will follow up on draw schedule.
Thank you, Gabe. This slide illustrates the net profit at a various sale price. Based on our market scenario and our market conditions, we will sell the home for $2 million, which will result to a 15% net profit. And even if we don't have a buyer prior to completion, we will still have a positive net profit. This now ties into our financial schedule. Blue Shore Builders will secure a spec loan that will require a 20% down payment. That 20% down payment will go towards land acquisition, which will be above $287,000, and interest that will come to 7%, which would be above $36,000, a general overhead of 10%, along with our closing costs to be $105,000. The 8 draw schedules will align with our construction schedule. They will be paid before or on the 30-day net period. Once we have requested a draw, there will be an inspector that does come out to make sure all work has been completed. Once work has been completed, money will be distributed within 5 to 7 business days. With that being said, we do have that into our schedule to make sure that there is no delayed payment. As for risk mitigation, we do have a $55,000 contingency fund to make sure that there is for unforeseen conditions. Along with, we will secure a buyer prior to completion. We do have lien waivers and meeting minutes to secure all parties, along with experienced subcontractors to make sure work is with quality, along with fewer mistakes on site. Thank you so much, and now we open the floor to questions.
Great job, guys. Good presentation. So my first question has to do with your sales and marketing aspect that came from Chris Adler, who's not here today. So in your floor plan, you were missing a lot of details as far as your kitchen and bath layout. So I just want to ask, is there a reason why a lot of those details were left off the plans that is typical?
Yeah, so that's why we supply the photos. So in the photos, you can find the layout of the house. Within the entrance, you will walk right into the kitchen, which is an L shape with a big old island. After that will be the dining area with the living space, as well as the basement. That's more of an open area. It's more of a living space, which can be incorporated with like a game room or another sofa if needed, and as well with the bedrooms in the bottom of the floor.
So you're saying your pictures are supposed to kind of show what?
Yeah, correct. So that's why we labeled the photos, and that will correspond with the layout.
Okay, fair enough. Next question has to do with financial risk. What costs are included in the estimated sales proceeds? I'm not sure what that means.
a little further into that?
Like,
Like,
I gotta find it. Scratch that. I'll go with my other question.
okay.
I was trying to give you the easy one, but let's do this one anyway. All right, how much margin could you potentially gain if you expedite your build cycle to 6 months versus 12?
Repeat that one more time for
How much
clarification.
margin could you potentially gain if you expedited your build time from 12 months to 6? Because 6 is more typical for this house.
Correct. So within the 12-month schedule, that is including pre-construction. Clarissa can give you the pre-construction timeframe of the days. So we can go into more in depth on that.
Our pre-construction starts in December of 2025 and goes until April 30th of 2026. This includes all of our permitting. We'd prefer to have all the permitting out of the way before we start construction, with there being the HOA and the multiple Alabama Power or the Alexander City permits, just with them all clashing, coming from different entities. We just want to ensure that those permits are out of the way and that. Does that answer your question? What was your question again?
It was more about the margin gain. I'm trying to figure out if you guys looked at to how much money you can save that goes.
Okay,
to
so from a
profit if you build
financial standpoint?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll just have to get back to you with that question. That's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job on the presentation, guys, and good job in the proposal on the sustainability page where you outlined some of the products you were using. My question would be for the site logistics. How do you prevent or plan to prevent and manage any conflict? You show your lumber laydown yard in the orange area up front, but it's covering the access to your dumpsters, which have to be cycled.
Of course, yeah. So that's just basically one option that we have. We have plenty of options because obviously that dumpster will get full at one point, correct? So that's basically through communication with our trade partners, so to make sure that the laydown yard is empty or accessible for the waste. So it's about more of communication, and as well, if we feel like we start the project and it's not succeeding as we thought, we will be able to change it and go from there.
Okay, so you just manage it on site as needed?
Correct.
Yep. Okay, thank you, good job.
Hi, guys. So I graded your schedule and your estimate. The one question that I have towards your schedule is you have your clearing and grading done before you install your SWPP. Is there a reason why you're doing that first before?
The reason why is because we don't want to damage any silt fence, and especially that Neptune floating border. So we want to kind of clear it out, get as closest to the river as possible without kind of letting any soil flow, and then we install that and then go from there.
So you do have at least a plan to keep that soil while you're moving it?
Correct, yeah, because there's a lot of grading and there's a lot of slope that needs to be accounted for.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, guys, good job on your presentation. I enjoyed it. One of the questions that I have is on the sustainability section. You guys have vinyl siding on there. Tell me the reason for selecting that.
Yeah, so for the sustainability aspect of that, we just stated that it was long-lasting. It lasts for 30 or 40 years, and it's pretty durable.
Okay. All right, neighborhood's good with that?
Repeat, sorry?
Is the neighborhood okay with that? Like,
We would have to look into the HOA permitting as well. I know they didn't want certain exposed brick or anything like that, so we have to double check, but from what we understood, yes.
okay, thank you.
All right, good job, guys.
Good job.
Good afternoon, guys. We are Southern Legacy Construction, and we're here to present on our Camellia Ridge home at Miners Cove at Lake Martin in Alexander City, Alabama. I'm Kelsey Cerny. I'm the project executive here, and with me is my Legacy team. At Southern Legacy Construction, we strive to design and build well-crafted homes that focus on comfort, functionality, and quality. Camellia Ridge exemplifies this through modern design, thoughtful layouts, and creating enhanced everyday living spaces. Up next will be Ethan with our market analysis.
Today I'm presenting this premier development on the northeastern banks of Lake Martin, situated within Alexander city limits. Our site offers the rare advantage of a secluded lakeside feel while remaining fully integrated into city services. This includes the local school system and public works. We are just 20 minutes away from essential healthcare at Russell Medical Center, and only a short drive from the area's premier dining and social hubs. For regional access, we are one of the top choices among urban professionals and retirees. We are within a few hours of Montgomery, Birmingham, and Atlanta. It is the definition of accessible seclusion. And for our target market, we are focusing on two high-value segments that ensure community stability. The first one being the established families. These individuals are usually aged 35 to 45, and they're looking for a co- or primary residence. And secondly, we are targeting the active empty nesters. These individuals are usually 55 and up, and they prioritize that single-level living and energy efficiency. And now, when looking at the total Lake Martin landscape, we are seeing estates hitting anywhere from $2.2 million for $559 a square foot to $1.56 million at $482 a square foot. And then we have the standard Phase 3 benchmarks, which are going for $1.62 million for a 5-bedroom, 2,900 square foot layout. And now I'm going to pass it on to Ryan to talk about our site layout.
For our site layout, for our lot selection, our team selected lot number 44 because this lot offers a strong combination of long-term value and lot size. Our lot is priced at $400,000 and sits just under 1 acre of land. One of the biggest advantages of the lot is that it has 140 feet of waterfront shoreline. This provides excellent water views and direct lake access. The depth of this lot allows us to position home for privacy while also maximizing water views and outdoor living spaces. For our site topography, based on our grading analysis, this shows our site is very well balanced from an earthwork standpoint. This lot also has a 20% grade slope, so instead of fighting this, our team designed a way with retaining walls and also step grading to help fight the slope. For our floor plan layout, our layout consists of 3,345 square feet. We have 4 bedrooms and 3.5 bathrooms. One of the advantages of this layout is our covered porch. It extends our living spaces outdoors, providing a space for relaxing or entertaining for the family. Anna will continue to talk about interior design.
This sprawling ranch features a spacious and seamless open concept floor plan with plenty of windows allowing for natural light. We will install a light-colored durable EVP flooring throughout and incorporate a neutral color palette to complement the scenic views of Lake Martin. To optimize home efficiency that exceeds industry standards, we will be installing R21 batt insulation and froth pack spray foam in the attic. This will help to reduce thermal bridging and lower the cooling demand. The home's north and south facing orientation paired with low E-glass windows helps to minimize heat gain and maximize comfort. A zip system and energy sealing at all penetrations results in an overall airtight home. Now I'll be passing it over to Josh to discuss our site logistics.
Our site logistics have been designed with ease of access and efficiency in mind. This includes material drop-off and dumpster in the front of the house. Safety is our top priority here at Southern Legacy Construction. All personnel are required to wear PPE at all times while on the job site. All employees and subcontractors must comply with all OSHA regulations and safety standards at all times, and weekly toolbox talks will be conducted on site. Now for our estimate, our total overall construction estimate is projected to be slightly over $1.4 million based on historical cost data, and this includes a 5% contingency cost. Our price per square foot is $431, and a multiplier factor was added to the national average to account for the difference between regional and national construction costs. Now I'd like to pass it back to Kelsey.
So our construction schedule features around a 9-month timeline, with our pre-construction beginning in late March, with actual boots on the ground and site work starting on May 15th of 2026. Our framing begins in late June, with exterior finishes and our seawall coming in late September, and then with interior finishes to follow. And then we are ready to transition to closeout procedures and over to our cellar on December 21st of 2026. Now back to Anna for our marketing.
Our market analysis guided us to include features tailored to our target audience, including a main level primary suite for accessibility, large outdoor living spaces, and close proximity to major cities. The lakefront setting provides a very good for family and lakefront recreation. Onto our sales and marketing is based on our local listings in the area. We found that the average sales price for lakefront homes, new construction, is $1.5 million for roughly 2,800 square feet. This places our 3,300 square foot home at a competitive price of $1.87 million. We have partnered with trusted locals in the area to ensure an efficient sales timeline and plan to publicize our marketing through social media, regional magazines, and targeted email campaigns. Now I'll hand it over to Hayden to discuss our financial analysis.
So we plan to sell our home for $1,870,000, with a total projected cost of being $1.6 million. We've organized this cost into 3 accounts, the first being direct cost of construction. This includes lot acquisition, labor, and materials. We then have a owner-funded interest reserve, and then finally our disposition costs, which include sales and closing. This will leave us with a 14.3% net profit. Now on to our project funding breakdown. We plan to fund this project with a 7.5% interest rate on a spec construction loan funded by a local lender. This lender will cover 80% of direct cost of construction, and Southern Legacy will cover the remaining 20%. We also have a separate owner-funded interest reserve that will be used to pay the interest occurred throughout the draws process, as well as mitigate risk during the sales. On to our draws. We plan to continue doing work in the local area, and this means we must maintain a strong relationship between our subcontractors and trade partners. In order to do so, we must make on-time payments. So that's why we built our draw schedule around the net 30 invoicing period. We did this by selecting specific line items from our estimate and pairing them with our CPM schedule. These tasks were then designated to the according draw. On the chart to my left, the blue columns indicate the individual draws, while the blue columns indicate the progressing overall balance. And then finally, our risk mitigation. Our 2 major concerns of the project were sale price fluctuation and duration on the market. As you may have noticed, the numbers presented here today are different from the original proposal. This is due to our ongoing market analysis, which has led us to conclude that the $1,870,000 sale price is a far more robust approach. Despite our extreme confidence in the sale price, we still believe market fluctuation is a possibility. So we've presented several figures at a decreased sale price that still maintain a healthy net profit. And then finally, our duration on the market mitigation. Based off comparables in the local area, we expect to be on the market 90 days post-construction. In order to do so, we must be able to pay the interest occurred throughout this process. That's when we use the interest reserve to pay this interest, allowing us to achieve our strategic goal of a 14.3% net profit. Thank you. We are now open for questions.
Good job on the presentation, guys, and also on the site logistics. Good job using a laydown area or a staging area for the concrete pump and the crane, so that was good thought process there. as far as my question, it also involves site logistics. What is the plan for the construction entrance and then also a permanent drive entrance upon completion?
Yeah, so for our construction entrance, we have our parking to the left of where our house is, which will be the parking just for the subcontractors. And then for our main, we'll have to move that concrete pump over, and then we will build our driveway from there.
Okay, good job, thank you.
Hi guys, nice presentation. I graded your estimate and your schedule. And my question is in regards to your schedule, you have order and delivering roof trusses as well as your roofing materials at the same time. Do you plan on putting those roofing materials on the floor and then trying to get them up onto the roof, or what was your plan for that?
Yeah, so with that, we just ordered them at the same time to ensure there's no delays in delivery for the roofing crews, so that way they can continue their progress. We will have equipment on site, such as a JLG lift, to be able to take those roofing materials from our material laydown area up to the roof once the trusses are set.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, guys, good job. Moving to the sustainability section, you guys had some of the more, I guess, beefier installation numbers as opposed to some of the other projects. Tell me the reasoning in determining that you were going to do that for the market to get you more value.
Yeah, so we decided to incorporate that kind of design for sustainability because as Southern Legacy, we are promoting a build quality home and making sure that the comfort is enhanced for our buyers. So from our Anderson windows, our Smart Sun, so they are helping to reflect sun and minimize heat gain from the house, and then upgrading the bat insulation as well. I know Alexander City's minimum requirement is R13 bat insulation, which fits in a 2x4 wall assembly. So upgrading the insulation also upgrades the exterior walls to 2x6s and 5/8 drywall on that as well. So it maximizes the build quality of our home.
Good. That was going to be my next question. Good job. All right, now moving to Chris's question, who will be here tomorrow. His plane got canceled, but he is watching this thing. He wanted to know what made y'all decide to go with a one-floor house versus the basement? It looks like y'all did a lot of numbers on the cutting and filling on the lot and things like that, and retaining walls.
So we went with the ranch-style home just in terms of, for our two target buyers, we have the established families, then we have the older individuals. So we felt that the ranch style fit both very well and that we could sell to both without targeting maybe one or the other more.
Okay, thanks.
Great presentation, guys. Question I have is in reference to financial or actually for risk. In the event your house sits on the market, how long will you let it sit before you consider a price reduction to get it to move faster?
So we benefit longer, or we benefit more for staying on the market rather than dropping our price. So we would prefer to stay on the market, preferably to 90 days would be the max, and then we would start considering decreasing our sale price. That would start dropping our overall net profit, so we prefer to stay on the market longer than reducing sale price.
But at 90, you probably would consider.
Yes, at 90 we will start retransitioning.
Okay, thank you. That's it. Good job, guys.
Good job.
Thank you.
What's up, man? Good to see you again. Good luck.
So you'll have 10 minutes, and when I have 2 minutes left, I'll put 2 fingers in the air for you to give a time update. Whenever you're ready, good luck.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here. Today, we're excited to present to you the Cedar Cove Residence, a custom lakefront home by Delta Design Group located in Miners Cove on Lake Martin. Delta Design Group is a Montgomery-based design-build firm with strong roots in Alabama, specializing in custom residential work. By combining architecture, construction, and in-house marketing under one team, we're able to provide design integrity, cost control, and a seamless execution from concept to completion. The Cedar Cove residence has around 4,600 square feet of heated living areas across 5 bedrooms and 6 bathrooms, along with nearly 4,000 square feet of integrated outdoor living spaces designed to support a true indoor-outdoor lake lifestyle. From a financial perspective, we have been allotted a $1.75 million construction loan at a 6.75% APR, and we are expected to build at around $1.3 million. We are projected to sell at around $1.7 million, which would grant us a 15% return on investment. Now, I will pass it to Sophia to take us into a deeper look within its location in Lake Martin.
Thank you, Bianca. Lake Martin is located in East Central Alabama with access to major regional hubs like Auburn, Montgomery, and Birmingham. This makes it perfectly suited for full-time residents, seasonal homeowners, and weekend users. This regional connectivity also supports a strong buyer demand, particularly from professionals and retirees that seek a lake lifestyle without sacrificing access to employment centers, healthcare, and cultural amenities. The home is located in Lot 40 in the Miners Cove development, minutes away from Alexander City and Dadeville, the 2 main service hubs for Lake Martin. Alexander City has access to retail, restaurants, healthcare, and a historical downtown, while Dadeville provides everyday conveniences. Together, these nearby towns provide year-round living for full-time residents and seasonal homeowners. The market in Lake Martin is primarily attracting full-time residents from surrounding counties and metropolitan areas, creating a diverse yet well-established community. The median age is approximately 40, reflecting a mix of young professionals, retiring couples, and full-time residents. There's also a steadily growing population of seasonal homeowners and full-time residents, both which support a long-term property value and ongoing investments. The market in Lake Martin as well provides primarily lifestyle-driven demand, water recreation, boating, outdoor living, and buyers prioritize access to a strong sense of privacy and retreat. But most importantly, buyers seek of homes of flexible use, something Riley will take a look at in the residential market.
Thank you, Sophia. The Lake Martin residential market is characterized by a housing stock of mostly older homes in the 3,000 to 5,000 square foot range. Sales price continues to rise as demand outpaces supply, and the need for new construction positions the Cedar Cove residence as a timely and competitive offering. Our home is priced at $1.7 million. Comparable waterfront homes at this price point are often much older, requiring significant renovation and lacking modern and energy-efficient systems. In contrast, the Cedar Cove residence offers new construction, custom design, and a highly suitable layout. The home includes 4,600 square feet of heated living space across 3 levels, 5 bedrooms, and 6 bathrooms. It was carefully designed to support full-time residents like remote workers and retirees, as well as seasonal residents. As you enter the Cedar Cove residence, you step into a light-filled primary living level, where the living, kitchen, and dining spaces, in addition to a home office and butler's pantry, provide ample space for day-to-day living. An outdoor kitchen and dining deck provides the perfect backdrop for dinners with a view. Adjacent to the living room is a primary suite, which acts as a private retreat, complete with a custom shower, luxurious soaking tub, and generous closets. The private suite also offers a secluded balcony. The walkout lower level boasts a spacious, flexible entertainment space with a kitchenette and bar that opens up to the pool deck. The pool deck includes a cabana, panoramic lake views, and a fire pit. The walkout lower level also includes a bunk room and a secondary guest suite with a private entrance. The upper floor includes 2 more bedrooms with a shared bathroom, living space, and balcony, making it perfect for residents and guests alike. Now I'll pass it to Anna to talk about the sustainable design choices behind the home.
Thank you, Riley. The project focuses on sustainability through passive design strategies and material choices. An elevated floor system, cross ventilation and shading, improve natural cooling and airflow. In addition, low E windows, local wood finishes, and high performance insulation reduce energy use while supporting long-term efficiency. Windows were placed strategically, reducing heat gain and maximizing daylight for comfort. Also, native Alabama plants reduce irrigation and maintenance. At the same time, a rainwater cistern captures water and reuses it for the system, reducing runoff. The same attention carries through how we manage construction on site, and our project manager, Josh, will tell you more about it.
Thank you, Anna. We have carefully selected Lot 40 in Miners Cove for its collection of views, privacy, and buildability, with just a low-end asking price of under $400,000. Positioned in a protective cove, the lot decreases heavy boat traffic while still offering a strong lake frontage. DDG has addressed the lot's steep topography and unique shape by building the home with the land, reducing excavation costs and environmental impact. Our site logistic is designed with ease of access and minimal site impact in mind. We have encased our site with silt fencing to prevent any runoffs into the lake while still allowing convenient access to the dumpster, porta-john, and cleanout. Our material drop will be located adjacent to the dumpster across the construction driveway, and once the house is dried in, all the materials will be stored inside the home to prevent any damages and to deter theft. Delta Design will acquire Lot 40 on January 2nd, and will have completed permitting and plans review in the next 32 days. We'll begin site work on February 18th, and we'll finish with punch out and closing in October. We have also built into our schedule a contingency to work on weekends in case of any setback or to aim for a quicker completion date. And with this, Delta Design brings you houses built with the highest quality to make you the perfect home. Now on to Nick with marketing.
Thank you, Josh. Our highly talented in-house sales team are constantly bringing in buyers by promoting our homes through virtual tours, various real estate websites, 3D tours, and our very own website. We launch early with a coming soon sales strategy, and as an incentive, we will offer buyers a complimentary boat dock design consultation to personalize their waterfront experience. Our total project costs, including lot acquisition, construction, and indirect costs, amount to around $1.5 million. With a projected sales price of around $1.7 million, we expect to yield a net profit of $226,000, resulting in a 15% ROI. Our entire project is financed through an approved $1.75 million construction loan from Mortgage Pro Bank, which will cover indirect costs as well as loan origination fees. Our year-long loan will follow a monthly drawn payment schedule. Mortgage Pro Bank offers competitive interest rates directly at the Wall Street prime rate. At the point of our market analysis, current interest rates sat at 6.75%, and we're expected to drop another quarter point by the end of February, but as of this morning, that quarter point is not expected to drop until April. Another important factor to consider with building is material price fluctuations. We've included a 5% material markup to protect our profit margins. If material prices increase above 10%, we will consider adjusting our asking price. Lastly, the time the house sits on the market is a critical factor to consider because as time increases, so do our taxes, insurance, and loan interest. But we believe that with a competitive price point of $141 per square foot, declining interest rates, and a strong demand for luxury lakefront homes in Lake Martin, we will support a timely sale. By managing financial risk, maintaining flexibility, and our response to market changes, we will deliver this home with exceptional value and profitability. We believe that this home is the ideal choice for the Miners Code development and will elevate the standard for luxury lakefront homes on Lake Martin. Thank you for your time, and we would now like to open the room for questions.
Nice job, guys. I graded your schedule as well as your estimate, and the one thing that I do not see in your estimate that is going to end up being my question is your pool that you have in there. I see that it's got the concrete bottom sides, plumbing, and the tile finish. I don't see anything about fencing or pool protective. Something for that. Is that included or?
So you said fencing and pool protective?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we do not have any fencing around our pool. It's flush with the concrete decking.
And so pool protection, that will include shoplifting inside the pool and then allowing it to cure after. That will be included.
Okay.
All right, guys, good job on your presentation. Beautiful plan. My section's kind of on the market analysis, but switching gears a little bit to your timeline. Are you guys concerned with this house hitting market in October as we go into winter coming out of lake season versus getting ready to go into lake season, maybe in the spring?
So we are not concerned with selling this house in October. As we mentioned earlier, we start advertising our house before we even obtain the lot. So after our final design plans are completed, we will start advertising through our renderings and 3D virtual tours to start gaining buyer interest and hopefully gain the house being bought before October.
Gotcha. I know that you have the deck coming off of, this is for Chris Adler, who's watching on YouTube, and he'll be here tonight, but one of his questions was, I know you have the deck coming off of the master bedroom, but no window facing the lake from the bedroom. Tell me the reasoning or the decision-making factor that went into that, doing a deck versus having a lot of windows.
We felt as if there was enough ample outdoor living space that, especially with so many views from our interior living spaces, that having the master bedroom face the lake was kind of unnecessary because, you know, the reality is with so much house, you're not going to be spending time in the master bedroom during the day. So we wanted to have the opportunity to have that private outdoor living space adjacent to the primary suite, while still allowing the layout to flow seamlessly. And in order for that layout to flow seamlessly, the windows were not going to be able to face the lake.
All right. Thanks.
Great presentation, guys. I did the financial and risk analysis section. Would you consider marketing the house for sale earlier in the construction process instead of waiting to the finishes start as you're shown in the schedule and your timing?
So yeah, so you referred to marketing the house early to sell it?
Yeah, as far as the schedule goes and your time you said you put on the market, it matched up with your finishing phase. Well, would you not consider marketing earlier than that in the construction process?
So yes, we are actually marketing our house earlier than in the construction process. So like I mentioned before, we will start marketing it right after our final plans are done and the 3D virtual tours and the renderings are complete.
Okay, thank you.
Good job on the proposal and on the presentation, guys. It really looks nice. My question involves the stormwater protection. Are you relying just on the silt fence, or do you intend to use any other best management practices for the erosion control?
We also have native Alabama plants to prevent any erosions, and the silt fence is primarily there for any runoffs, but we also have proper maintenance to make sure the silt fence is up properly.
Okay, good job, thanks.
Good job, thank y'all.
Good job, guys.
So when it came to determining our target market, we found that there were 3 key demographics that we wanted to examine, starting with age. The median age in Alabama is roughly 39, with over 60% of the population being above the age of 30. This led us to believe that we were targeting retired individuals and established professionals. The population in the Lake Martin area has grown by 3% from 2020 to 2021 and has continued to rise since. Now, only 9% of the current population makes the 200,000 that we believe would be necessary to purchase this home, which leads me to our next point, which is the central location of Miners Cove. It's near cities such as Birmingham, Atlanta, Montgomery, and Auburn, which leads us to be confident that we can bring people in from these surrounding cities for a second home or a retired home. And this also leads to the recreational and lifestyle activities nearby for these individuals, as well as immediate access to healthcare when they need it. Next, I'm going to hand it over to Ashton, our head of field supervision, to talk you through our specific site selection.
We chose Lot 35 because at a little over an acre and with a 300-foot shoreline, it has the best view of Lake Martin. We plan on leaving as much of the existing foliage as possible for year-round beauty and increased privacy from the folks next door. Moving on to our site logistics, we have our home facing the southeast to maximize the view of Lake Martin and sunlight. At the top of the screen, you can see how we have a curved driveway leading up to the house to a side entry garage to make the home appear even bigger. To maximize the size of this home, we designed it around the 15-foot setbacks without compromising space for the homeowner to make future additions. On the lake, we have an easy access dock perfect for hosting or a solo day on the water. Our packet also goes further in depth on our material procurement and trade partners. But for now, I'll hand it over to our lead architect, JD.
Thank you, Ashton. Jumping into a little bit of an overview on our home design here, we went with a single-story floor plan for zero entry access off the front and the rear of the home to allow for easy accessibility for our older and retired clients and home buyers, as well as a very open floor plan leading from that big kitchen into that family room, which creates that cozy lake home vibe, as well as ample entertaining space for family and friends on the weekends. If you see up there in the front of our home is that flex room off the family room. This is one of my favorite parts of this house, and it is primarily geared towards an at-home office for a family who may have one or two people working from home and can also be converted into a bedroom for kiddos and family on the weekends. Here are a couple key perks that we believe really are going to drive the sale of this home. Like I mentioned, the large kitchen and living space, the large master suite that is completely separated from the rest of the house, giving the primary homeowner complete separation and privacy from any guests that may be over on the weekends, as well as a large master bath with his and her closets. We also have a very big 3-car garage with 9-foot tall garage doors for any cars or trucks, maybe a boat or any lake accessories that you might have. To add to this, here are a couple of key features that highlight what we believe suits our target market perfectly. Like I mentioned before, the large outdoor living space with the double-sided fireplace that can be seen from inside the home and out on the back patio, as well as a hot tub and full dock allowance included in our estimate. As well as the flex space that I previously mentioned that's primarily for an in-home office but can also be converted into an extra bedroom. And then high-efficiency systems such as the modified monopoly framing system, spray foam insulation, low-flow plumbing fixtures, and our effluent irrigation system. I'm going to pass it back to Alicia.
Now, when it comes to how exactly we're going to sell this home, we have 4 key points for our sales and marketing strategy, starting with our in-house listing agent, Macy Decker. Macy creates a seamless blend from the construction team to the sales team and walks the buyer through the process every step of the way. We also believe in incentivizing sales here at Bear Built Homes. I invite you to look in those brochures that we handed out before we started, where we show off the different customization packets that will be offered as the buyer can sign on up to 120 days before final completion, and we have milestones highlighted throughout our schedule for deadlines for those different options. There's also a QR code in this brochure and on the screen for you guys to access our website. Our website is extremely user-friendly, where you can contact me or the rest of our team to learn more about our homes. We will also be listing our home on websites such as Zillow and Realtor.com, as well as in local lake magazines and country club pamphlets to meet the buyers where they're at. Here at Bear Built Homes, we have an extremely competitive listing strategy. Through our extensive comps we've run in the area, we found that the average sale price per square foot was $533, where our home will be listed at $517 per square foot. We have also found that the average time spent on the market here is 90 to 95 days, leading us to be confident in our ability to sell our home within the 120 days allotted in our schedule. Next, I'm going to pass it back over to Jack to talk you through our construction schedule.
Thank you, Alicia. So getting right into our schedule here. So we have getting right into our schedule. Our project start date is July 1st of 2026 with a project timeline of 217 days. Starting on July 1st, we are going to start with our lot acquisition, going right into our design and permitting, finishing up at the end of September. Our site work goes through October, November, and framing ending in January. Our property is going to be listed 120 days prior to our final completion date at the end of December. Exterior and interior finishes and equipment will be installed through February and March, with closings and touch-ups going through April, with a final project completion date of April 29th, 2027, just in time to get a family in there for a summer of fun on the water. I'm going to turn it over to Trey to go over our estimate summary.
Thanks, Jack. I'll start with the overall pricing for this project and how we arrived at a $1.62 million for sale cost. This includes a $1.36 million subtotal, $60,000 in loan costs, and $201,000 projected profit. I'll briefly highlight the major components of the subtotal before moving on to the financials. The largest single cost within the subtotal is Lot 35, coming in at $410,000 and selected for the reasons that Ashton hit on. Moving into our top indirect cost, overhead includes salaries for our team, with separate line item included for in-house marketing and realtor. We included a 2% general contingency on this project for material escalation, as well as a separate contingency within our direct costs for unforeseen site conditions. All permits and fees are accounted for, design and engineering is handled in-house, and builder's risk and general liability insurance will be held on this project. Moving into our top 5 direct costs, interior finishes are high-end and include those custom selection packages within your brochure. Framing utilizes that modified monopoly framing system. Site work is extensive due to large fill for slab-on-grade home, as well as the retaining wall. Special construction includes the allowances for the boat dock with the lift, as well as the hot tub, and those allow for even more potential customization by the buyer if they find a different need for their dream home. Concrete costs include seawall construction along the shoreline. Now, we must understand how this project performs financially, and for that, I'll hand it to Allie, our Chief Financial Officer.
Thank you, Trey. First off, I wanted to note the loan type that we will be pursuing. We are pursuing an interest-only payment structure during construction, and then we are paying off the principal once the house sells. Now, I want to dive straight into our draw schedule. As you can see, we have a large upfront draw due to the lot acquisition. Everything after that is based off of the construction schedule that Jack was talking about earlier. All of these numbers are based off of a 7% interest rate. And lastly, I want to draw your attention to that $8,000 per month. This is the interest payments that we would be paying while the house is on market after construction is over. Now I want to go into the effects of our interest rate on our return on investment. At 7%, we are making around 14% return on investment. However, we wanted to show you that this is not a risky investment for you to pursue. As you can see from this graph, even if we cannot secure a 7% interest rate, this is still a profitable project to pursue. Lastly, I want to go over the effects of closing time on our return on investment after construction is over. As Alicia referred to earlier, we have done extensive comps in the area, and we are confident that this house will sell in a timely manner. In the event that the house does not sell immediately after construction is over, this graph shows that it is still a profitable project, even if the house sits on the market for 6 months, even to a year. However, we would not let it get to that point, as we would reevaluate using current metrics if and when it is feasible to drop the for sales price.
Thank you for the opportunity to present. We look forward to partnering with you on the Miners Cove Estate. We'd like to open it up for questions.
Great job. Yeah, first year in the competition. Good job, guys. Great job on the presentation. With me being over the market analysis, I know you kind of went into a little bit on why you chose the size of the house, but you guys got one of the smaller homes in the competition. I guess really go into detail why you did that.
So with our, like Alicia talked about, primarily our target market is certified business professionals, but also the retired community, maybe looking for a second home or a vacation home. And knowing that we're looking at maybe an older client, We found that a smaller house is easier for them to maintain, maybe if it's their full-time home and they have kids and grandkids over on the weekends, or if it's a second home, it's just easier to maintain if you're not jumping up into that 4,000 square foot range. So.
Okay, awesome. And then I got Chris's question, who's on YouTube watching. One of the things that he got related to the plans, there were some random numbers on each individual room. Do you know what that was for?
Do you mind going back to it?
Yeah, like the 13 on the family room or the 15.
Yeah, so those are just the numbers of the rooms. It doesn't really mean anything.
Okay.
The names of them, but you can see like bedroom 1, bedroom 2, bathroom 1 and 2. Those are just like the family room. Obviously, there's not a family room 1 and 2, so that's just the.
You're just numbering areas.
Correct.
Okay, gotcha.
All right, great job, guys. My part was a financial and risk. One of the risks you mentioned was subsurface rocks. What part of your research kind of led you to believe that's an issue around Lake Martin?
So building several homes in this region, and especially being around the lake, we know that it's a very rocky terrain. And so that's just kind of the number that we roll with. Can you repeat your question? I remember.
No, that was
what you
kind
said.
of part of the question.
Okay.
Is it's not common around Lake Martin to have subsurface rocks to deal with, but that was part of your risk
Okay.
issues to overcome. I was wondering what did you see in your research to determine that factor, I guess?
Yeah, and obviously we don't build just on Lake Martin. Other lake communities within Alabama, we've run into that. So that's just kind of the number that we carry for that. So.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Good job on the presentation. I really also like the SWOT analysis that you did in the proposal. You know, anytime you're going into a new venture or a new location, I thought that was good. As far as the question overall, I thought good on the site logistics plan, but I did ask that if you considered the use of a pump or crane, and if so, what planning you had for staging those.
Is that the pump and the crane for the building of the home or for the?
Yeah, through the course of construction, yep.
Yeah, so in the front of the house, as our layout shows, in the driveway, we'll lay down rock for the sub base as the home's being built, and that'll give a solid foundation for our pump to drive in or any concrete trucks. And then after the base for the driveway is built, we can put that pump there right where that driveway is sitting to pour concrete. Once we don't need those pumps anymore, we can pour the driveway to allow for easy access for the rest of our vehicles throughout the project.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Good job.
Hi guys, nice presentation. So I graded your estimate as well as your schedule, and my question is going to be in regards to your schedule. You have the options to add that hot tub and the deck and the dock. Do you guys have a cutoff on when you have to have that decision made so that you make your schedule?
Yes, so with our dock, we actually have if you look at our schedule, that we actually install a very basic dock in the beginning so that we're able to get that in before we start doing all of our seawall construction, anything like that, to avoid any issues with that. So then as the buyer is able to come in, they're able to make any customizations to that dock really throughout the rest of the project, up until we would need the amount of time allocated to complete that by the completion date allowed by the owner or allowed by us.
Gotcha, thank you.
Okay, thank you guys, appreciate it.
I think Alec has it.
Good job on everything. That's really good. Good job. Hey, good job covering. Good job.
You got 10 minutes on your presentation. 2-minute warning will be this, give you an update on your time. If you guys are ready, we'll go ahead and get started.
Okay. When people think of Lake Martin, they think of weekends on the water and quiet mornings on the porch. Not mowing 5 acres or cooling 5,000 square feet of unoccupied space. In other words, they're buying a lifestyle, not some part-time maintenance job. That idea, living without excess, is exactly what shaped the Evergreen Lodge. Hello, everyone. My name is Will Lamfresek, and I am the president of the Missouri University and Science and Technology Solar House Design Team. Today, we are proud to introduce you our project, the Evergreen Lodge. We're excited to present to you the Evergreen Lodge. Our team is multidisciplinary, unifying architecture, civil, finance, and site planning. To create this structure, it allows us to work with site elements, cost constraints, permitting requirements, and the construction timeline, rather than setting them as separate steps. To talk about the market analysis of the area is our marketing analysis factor. Lily.
Miners Cove is the perfect community for nature lovers who are looking for a more private lifestyle. The area offers lakeside access with beautiful views of the wooded acreage. It's also nearby several grocery stores and gas stations, allowing for convenience as well as multiple attractions, including state park, a golf course, and a nearby museum. Evergreen Lodge was designed for buyers who want the Lake Martin lifestyle, but without the, when we were designing our house, we decided to go with a smaller, more intentional footprint to help us market towards our average household size of 3 people. We also decided for our target market to market towards, sorry, I'm gonna restart this slide, my apologies. We decided to design Evergreen Lodge for buyers who are looking for a Lake Martin lifestyle, but without the extra cost of an oversized home. With a average household size of 3 people, we decided to go market towards a smaller family who values hosting space, flexible layout, as well as lakeside access. With 30% of the population being above the age of 60, we also decided to market towards active retirees and downsizers who are seeking efficiency and privacy and quality over excess. Both of these groups are looking for a private and more intentional lifestyle without the extra burden of an oversized home. There's many comparable houses in the area. Most of these houses are 5 bedrooms and range between $1.6 and $2.2 million. We believe that this didn't accurately reflect the household size and believed that we could design Evergreen Lodge to be smaller with a more intentional building footprint that would appeal to more people. We decided to go with a $1.25 million house that would allow for a lower long-term living operation costs and allow more flexibility. When we decided to select Lot 34, we chose it because of its constructability and orientation. Its building footprint aligns well with, its size aligns well with our building footprint and allows us to orient the building to maximize daylighting, as well as allow for minimizing tree removal and preserving privacy. We also decided that it'd be the most cost-effective lot and allow us to put more money into the building rather than into the land acquisition.
Hello, I am the architecture lead, and here is the Evergreen Lodges. It is a 2,850 square foot home with 3 bedrooms, 2.5 bathrooms, and a 2-car garage. Here in this video is the interior renderings that we made using Twinmotion. Our home allows for everyday living as well as serves as a lakeside retreat. Here are the floor plans of our home. Our first floor has a open floor concept, allowing it to be a service area as well as an entertainment area, while our second floor allows more privacy for our residents. Our living room serves as our home's central hub with vaulted ceilings, tall windows framing Lake Martin, as well as direct access to the lakeside porch. It is also placed adjacently to the dining room and kitchen. The second floor has 2 wings. In the first wing, it has the master bedroom and the flex space, which allows residents to design it however they see fit. And in our second wing, with 2 bedrooms and a bathroom placed adjacently to them. To take our sustainability side is Michaela.
Thank you, Caitlin. Sustainability at the Evergreen Lodge is achieved through our focus on long-lasting, energy-efficient material selection. The exterior of the home is made with fiber cement siding, chosen for its long lifespan and durability. Both the light gray solar reflective asphalt shingles and the low E argon-filled glass windows reduce thermal transfer through the house year-round. Thermal regulation for the home is achieved through a high-efficiency HVAC system chosen for its smart programmable thermostat controls. High-performance insulation and strategic window placement allow for passive heating and cooling through the home year-round while prioritizing a low thermal transfer to the outside. The large wall on the south side of the home contains large windows that allow for natural lighting during the daytime hours. This, paired with an LED-efficient system with programmable controls, allow us to significantly reduce the amount of energy demand on the home. High-performing Kohler products with EPA WaterSense certified technology allow us to reduce the amount of water use in the home year-round, as well as these choices allow us to lower long-term costs. They allow us to lower the amount of energy, and they improve comfortability in the home, all without overcomplicating construction. Now I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, Madeline.
Thank you, Michaela. As she said, my name is Madeline, and I'm the construction lead on our team. Our construction management plan focuses on coordination and schedule reliability, as well as risk reduction. Some key elements of our plan are a stormwater pollution prevention plan to protect Lake Martin, early permitting and coordinating with state and county agencies, and coordinating with the HOA to make sure that we meet codes and regulations. We will also have multiple inspections throughout home construction, and we will conduct a blower door test to ensure that our home is energy efficient. And our trade partners were selected for their reliability and with schedule performance, safety, and history of performance, yeah. The project schedule spans approximately 232 days, covering pre-construction, permitting, construction including foundation pouring, framing, and inspections. Post-construction. So yeah, final turnover is also included with landscaping, and yeah, final turnover. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so extra time has been allotted for weather delays, and permits have been scheduled early, and procurement of materials is also scheduled early to prevent delays with shipping.
Hi, I'm Anna, and I'm the finance lead. The total cost for our project is just under $1.1 million, including $600,000 with direct costs, not including the lot, and $120,000 in indirect costs, including permitting, surveying, and contingency. The contingency reserve for our project is 9% of the total cost estimate. By choosing to design a 2-story home with just under 3,000 square feet of livable space, we were able to leave 40% of the loan unallocated. With a $1.25 million sale price, our net profit comes out to be $150,000 with a 13.64% return on investment. Though our sale price is higher than some of the neighboring properties, we believe our ROI and sale price are realistic for the current market value and our square footage. Our conservative net profit value is based on needing more money for contingency or unforeseen delays, but our profits could be as high or higher than $180,000. Now here's Will to go over our sales strategy.
Thank you, Anna. Marketing focuses on clearly communicating value and livability. Strategies include website listings with renderings, floor plans and virtual tours, targeted social media highlighting lakefront living and sustainability, as well as guided site visits emphasizing long-term cost savings and efficient design. Our goal is to attract qualified buyers to convey interest through transparency and education. The Evergreen Lodge's design is to balance luxury and sustainability. Our goal, by providing home buyers with large open floor plans featuring lakeside views and luxury amenities, our project lets home owners have long-term cost savings. Thank you. The Evergreen Lodge will fit naturally within the we believe that the Miners Cove the Evergreen Lodge will fit naturally within Miners Cove. We expect an ROI of 13.64%. Thank you again for the opportunity to present, and we will leave the floor for any questions. Thank you.
All right, good job, guys. Way to get through it. Couple questions. One I've got is for the sales and marketing plan from Chris Adler. Being the topography of the land is what it is, did you guys not consider a basement?
I think typically in the area there aren't many basements, so that was kind of our approach to it, but it could have been a nice addition. We did discuss it, but we decided it wasn't typical for the area, so.
Okay, fair enough. The other question has to do with financial and risk. I looked at your estimate and you put it up there on your presentation. The direct cost is $722,700, but on the risk analysis you said $950 was your direct cost. Which number is correct?
So the $700,000 is actually correct. I think maybe in the proposal we had $900,000, but that also included our indirect costs in that. So that was more of a combo. I think maybe just the words were misleading, but our direct costs are actually closer to $600,000. The $700,000 kind of also includes the indirect cost. That's the total house cost. But our indirect cost is the $120,000, and then all the prices listed below that are all of our direct costs. And those should add up to be $600,000.
Okay, thank you.
Good job, guys, and I like the fact that you included more than one day on some of your key inspections in the schedule. That will actually help you stay on schedule, so good job with that. My question involves the site logistics. You mentioned in the site logistics section of the proposal that you would have to install the septic system first, and then you would be putting your material laydown area over it. What plan do you have in place for protecting that installed system with the offloading and storage of material on top of it?
Yeah, initially I had thought during the, during construction that it would be important to have the septic system already in place before construction, but I think now that looking back on it, I believe that it would be done afterwards because we wouldn't want to damage the system during construction, and it's not necessary until after the home is constructed.
Okay, so you reevaluated and decided to go a different route. Okay, thank you. Good job.
Yeah.
Hi guys, nice job. I wanted to clarify what type of foundation you guys are using. In your schedule, you have kind of a combo of the basement with the radon and all that good stuff, but are you guys just doing a slab foundation, or what is your actual plan for the foundation?
I believe we were, we'll get back to you.
Okay.
All right, guys, on to the market analysis. Yeah, you getting there? One of I understand that you're going with one of the lower cost homes in the neighborhood, which I don't disagree with. But tell me who the target buyer, where they're going to come from, you know, based on the numbers of the average income for the area around Lake Martin. Tell me where that buyer's going to come from.
When we were doing market research, we considered both the county and then also like the Miners Cove community. So we wanted to make sure that we were making a home that was a reasonable price point for that community and would fit well into that community. It does seem to be that based off of our research, Miners Cove does have a fairly affluent community where a lot of people are moving into the area and then residing there rather than staying in the area. We did want to include the county cost average income into our consideration as well, though they aren't necessarily our target audience. We're really looking for buyers who are active retirees looking for a nice, comfortable retirement property, and we very much prioritize that in our design process.
Okay, awesome. Good job, guys. Thank you very much.